simple thing. It's communication. Perhaps if you would have communicated that with her, the whole situation would have been something different.
Or maybe we wouldn't be here right now.
Hey, it's a possibility. I'm kind of sensing that, but you know, it's a possibility, you know.
What do you sense, sweetheart?
I'm just speaking out loud, that's all.
Hey guys, and welcome to Little Blackbird 91. We are giving you guys a live on Ready to Love. Ready to love. Listen, it's going to be a great show. I'm sure many of you guys have your own opinions and have your own thoughts about the latest episode. I know you guys are stoked and ready to give free smoke. I want to just say, anybody new here, I appreciate you coming through. We love the fact that new people are joining these lives and getting joined into the community. Want to let everybody know, as always, let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it cute. Be funny if you want to be funny, you know, debate if you want to debate, but let's just be respectful of let's be respectful of each other. Let's be respectful of each other as well. And please, I don't really like these comments where we talk about people's facial appreciations. Okay, I know some people might be facially challenged, might be vertically challenged, maybe horizontally challenged, but let's keep those comments to a minimum, because you know these are real people, and one day you might see them. Okay, and you won't be able to say those comments that you're saying right now. Okay, I don't want to use the internet as one of their bad boy pieces of information and tactic to kind of get some things off their chest. All right, so keep it cute in the chat. All right, that's what I'm asking for. All right, so today's episode is a Mazzoline, yeah. So listen, if you're new to the channel, do me a massive favor. Like it, share it, subscribe to this channel, okay? Because we do great content like this continuously. All right, make sure you guys like the live, share, and subscribe as well. And you know what, I'm starting to be a bit more generous, you know, even though I'm broken than before. I'm being more generous. The Lord said I should give. It's enough. You've taken enough. It's time to give back. So you know what I'm trying to do? Little quizzes here and there to give guys an opportunity to win some money. And also, plus it's fun as well watching you guys scramble with an answer. So really appreciate it. Okay, cool. So let's get into this situation. Yes, the towel's on because it's cold out here and the British gas and electric price has gone up. Okay, I saw the recent prices, okay, and the heat is staying off. Okay, so I'm not about to play with y'all. Okay, all right. The heater comes on like when I have guests coming around and you're using a special China place. That's when the heater comes on. Okay, it comes on once in a while. But for now, I'm gonna use this blanket that I bought. Okay, and I'm gonna use it well. All right, cool. All right, let's get into the conversation and talk about the show. I already have two people behind the scenes, and I'm sure they want to give their opinions as well. And I know many of you guys will join a little bit later as well. All right, cool. Fantastilimo. Hello. CWAY and Jay. CWAY, we haven't seen in a little while. We appreciate you. Good to see you back here as well. And Jay, good to see you as well too. Okay, just want to get your initial thoughts on this episode because I'm sure there is something probably burning in your chest right now. You want to get off it. So CWAY, she ain't gonna waste no time. Go for it, CWAY. Tell us your initial thoughts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna get it all out. I thought the episode was very interesting, very funny. I think it's going to be a lot of points for you guys to touch on in case I miss it. But I think the bringing of the X's, this was a far more authentic version of bringing of the X's. In the past, people have brought fake X's, fake flings, whatever. I think this time they actually brought real X's that were really shedding light on the personalities and on particular issues. So I thought that was great. I think we had more character development in this episode. And yeah, in the past, people have brought fake exes. Yeah, it's true, unfortunately. But this episode, I thought they brought authentic exes and we had some real character development. So I thought it was a pretty good episode.
Appreciate it, CWAY. Jay, what was your initial thoughts on this episode?
Initial thoughts on this episode. This episode is Gotham City in dating world. Okay. There is no one villain. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Blake. Okay. Everybody is a villain up on this thing right now. So I don't know what to tell y'all. We've been trying to warn y'all about some of these ladies that y'all want to stand for, these bad behaviors, missing exes. There were more genuine exes, I will tell you that much, but we missing some exes. In our grown age, we ain't got nobody. People done brought high school people up from the past or whatever. You can't get nobody. Oh, okay. All right. We're going to leave it there, though. Because see, we got to go. See, we got to go. So.
Not too much on Jeffrey. Not too much.
Oh, no.
I didn't mention no names.
Jeffrey.
Not too much on her.
Well, we gonna talk Jeffrey. Don't you worry about it. Don't worry about that. We're definitely going to talk about that. In fact, let me just quickly, for 2 seconds, give everybody a chance. I'm trying to be nice again, as always. Listen, the question is real quick quiz. Y'all can win $5 for this particular Cash App. I've got a question. It's very simple, this one. The fastest answer gets it. And we're going to return back to the conversation. The question is, who said that they gifted their child? Who said they're gifting their child? They gifted a child to someone. Who said those words? First person to say the name gets a $5 and a Cash App, and I will promise you'll get that money later on. Oh, so many names have come up, and I think the first name that said it was Latoya Raquel was the first person who said it. So Latoya, send me a Cash App, you'll get the money into your account. So going back to the conversation, obviously because I know you haven't got much time, so I want to just quickly get your dispositions as well. 2 people obviously were the main star of the show, if not 3. One of them who is not on the show, but was a star as well, James for Cynthia. We had Jeffrey also with her situation, and we also had Morgan with her situation as well. And actually, Anthony became a silent star overnight as well. Let's talk about the main one, because that was the main body of madness happening. Morgan, and then we can talk about Jeffrey after. Morgan's situation was political. She told us everything she needs to tell us about what she experienced in a past relationship. But you said exes reveal some things. So what did you garner from the ex of Morgan coming in and having his say and stuff? What did you garner from that situation?
I think that ex was trying to be polite, but he ended up kind of revealing kind of the toxicity that I know many on the panel a couple of weeks ago have accused Morgan of. I know there's been a couple of holdouts, me myself, of not fully calling Morgan toxic. I'll own that. I wasn't fully ready to commit to that. But I think this ex revealing the Nair situation with the hair kind of sealed the deal for some of her toxic behavior. And more importantly, it's the way she kind of looked back at it and didn't find any faults in it. Because a lot of us can say like, hey, I did this in the past, or I sliced a man's tires up, or I did this and that. I mean, a lot of women in this comment section on this live can say they did or wanted to do some crazy things. But if you're looking back at that now at your grown age and don't see a problem with it, I think that is kind of the problem here. Like, not only did you do something that if a man did it would be assault, battery, jail, if you would to nair a woman's hair, it's not really funny. Also, off of Morgan, because we all know that was crazy as hell. It also revealed Tony's extreme insecurity in that scene. I don't know if Owen is leaving stuff out, but why was he so bothered by that man? I can at least see in the Cynthia scene where her child's father was really getting at them and making, Andre and them feel uncomfortable. I can see that. But I have no idea why Tony was so bothered, because Morgan's ex was not even getting at him like that, So although Tony comes with this Kienes Mas Macho vibrato stuff, I'm seeing some cracks in his armor, because I don't get it. And Tony was calling this man short, and I believe Tony is short. So I was like confused why Tony was calling another man short when Tony seems a little challenged himself in the height department. That was another issue. So I really didn't like his insecurity. I think Lyndon is been a little play toy this whole time. But I think Lyndon actually came up in that scene because Lyndon stand 10 toes down like a man. You know, like I don't want to see my man bothered like that. He was way too bothered. So in conclusion, Morgan's crazy and Lyndon, and Tony's a little bit bothered. He may not be as macho as he appears. So
I definitely hear on that. Definitely on, especially on the when you were talking about Tony's insecurity as well, because that was glaring. Can't lie to you. So as much as Morgan was moving mad, that we did not miss Tony saying what he did about Junior as well. Jay, what's your thoughts as well, in addition to what kind of CWAY shared as well?
Definitely see the cracks that Tony is displaying, but I was also curious by only Tony gave the reaction to the whole incident. Lyndon really didn't give the reaction. And I was kind of curious on that. It's like, that was a real serious thing that she did. And that's a big red flag for you men to let you know that if you don't align with what she wants you to do, it's going to be a problem. And this might be one of your consequences. Now, it might not, in Tony's case, he might not look at it as something bad because he doesn't have hair, but she might find something else that you really do like. And she's going to use that against you. So I would have really been looking at her sideways. I wouldn't have been too much laughing. I'd probably just laugh it off to make it easy at this, the tension in the room. And, you know, dude is laughing too. But that's really serious. Putting Nair on somebody. I put Nair on my leg one time and I had a rash for like 2 to 3 weeks afterwards. That stuff has serious chemicals up in it. So you putting that on somebody's hair while they're sleeping. And then the other things that I was finding out in this whole thing by really listening to it. So editing did a very good job. Sorry, my dog is decided she want to have a attack. Bambi, you okay? Editing is doing a very good job in this moment right now. Because granted, that relationship that she called it surface in her thing. He wanted the relationship as it progressed. I'm guessing at this point, this is the only bit of grace I'm about to give her. I'm guessing at this point, she obliged that and gave it a relationship, because there's no way that I'm in a relationship with you. I mean, I'm not in a relationship with you or just surface level. You go out, somehow I'm at your house that night, but I'm sick. I'm sick, right? Because she said she has strep throat and whatnot. So I show up to your house after you go up to be able to put Nair in your hair. So that means that relationship had to be a little bit more than what she's saying. And that's why Tony was picking up, yeah, you're not telling the whole truth about how you really feel about this, because at some point you guys were actually in a relationship. You might want to keep calling it a surface level and just say we were just playing around and painting the town. But at some point you got feelings enough to sit there and say, okay, let's give it a try. And that's why you decide that you're going to take vengeance upon yourself to this man about him lying about stuff. No, sis, you've been lying because you keep telling him you don't want a relationship. You just want to keep it smooth and cool and paint the town with one another and do that, this, that, and the third. Now you're in a relationship with this man to even get attitude about him going out and being whoever he want to be with, because there's no way I'm being mad about a cuddy buddy going to do whatever he want to do. So you're in a relationship, but you're lying to yourself saying that you're not, but you're mad because he's gone while you're sick. He comes home from wherever he is, but you're scrolling on his Instagram to see where he's been with. This is not something we do with a casual fling. Okay? So you have feelings for this person that you're going to drive to the store, buy some Nair, and tell it and proceed to put this stuff up in his hair. If this is not giving single white female, if this is not giving thin line between love and hate, if this is not giving all of those crazy women snapped without the snap part, like for no reason, all of these men should have been, next week, y'all should all really have her on the chopping block, like on everything, because this don't make no sense. She's a siren. Sweetie is a siren to the fullest. And if y'all know what I'm talking about.
I think
She wants she wants the relationship the way she wants it, and she's going to lure you in, and she's smiling through that whole process because that's her little way. And the other red flag that I picked up on, and which I think Tony picked up on as well, is you're asking your ex, what did you like about me? Why? That's already should have been known already, but why are you asking him in front of these two? So not only either you're trying to use him to make them jealous, or you using them to make him jealous and want you back. Whichever way it goes, it's still messy. Now back to Tony walking in. Tony walked in with an attitude. I don't know if he walked in with an attitude because he seen Lyndon there and thought he was going to be the only one on a date. And of course, she's sitting next to another man. And he got mad behind that. But everybody keeps screaming, he alpha, alpha, alpha. That is not alpha tendencies. Alpha men and women are the group leaders, meaning they need the group. So that means that they have a personality, a charisma about them that attracts the rest of the group. Nothing about Tony attracts people to want to be around him. So it don't give me alpha. It gives me maybe sigma trying to be an alpha, maybe a delta, but it's definitely not alpha. So I wish all of these ladies would stop saying that he got all this confidence and everything like this. He don't, because he's taking shots at everybody every chance he got. And he's the same height. The camera showed him, he's looking the same height as that man. So you want to talk about he's short. Okay. You about, what, 2 inches taller. Great. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Go for it, Sid. You want to add any more, Sid? Go for it.
Not on that point, no.
Okay, cool. Let's shift it then quickly then to Jeffrey as well then, because Jeffrey, she gifted a man a baby, and yo, that level of decoration of accounting is beautiful. I mean, like it's literally a beautiful way of wrapping up mad situations in, you know, just lovely birthday present wrapping with a little bow on top of it. I love the way she addressed it. You know, she gifted that man a child. But I want to get you ladies, sorry, I apologize, you ladies' thoughts on this. CWAY's got her hands to her temple, so tell me, Jeffrey situation, talk to me.
Jeffrey stressed me out. This I'm not gonna lie. Jeffrey stressed me this episode. Now, let's talk about why she didn't bring an ex. Her explanation for not bringing an ex had truth to it. And the problem with people like Jeffrey, they bring enough truth to a situation where you almost can't question it, even if it is BS. She's mastered adding enough truth to her situation to disguise nonsense. I will say, to her credit, we're going to start off positive. If you have 2 major exes and you've never had any previous ex, you don't have any in-between exes, and those 2 exes are not in their children's life, they do not need to be on this show, and they have nothing to give. If they're not in their children's life, we don't need to hear from them. I do agree with her about that. I don't question that. My thing is, I know for a fact that Jeffrey has dated people in between probably those baby daddies and since the last child, and why she couldn't bring any of those people on, to me, is where it gets quite suspicious. Jeffrey, to me, is a person who's a pretty girl, and I think she has the curse of a pretty girl syndrome, where she's cute, and because of that, she's attracted maybe a lot of people, and she's made a lot of bad decisions. And I've talked about that before, that sometimes being pretty is a curse, because you're going to get a lot of attention, and you're going to have to figure out how to sort through that attention. Jeffrey has made some poor decisions with her first child's father, and then this whole gifting of a child. Jeffrey, after the first 2 kids, should not have been gifting anybody anything. Is a child a gift? Yes. Should we be viewing having a man's child as a gift to them and to society or to whoever? Yes. But her idea of like, and I gifted him a child, was absolutely insane, absolutely ridiculous. She's trying to mask the fact that she has 3 kids at the age of 32, allegedly, supposedly. That's what she's saying. And instead of just owning that and standing in that, she's talking about what she gifted. And I feel like it's giving delusional. And I don't believe that Mark Anthony or Blue or any of these people are sold on what she's selling. I think the jig is up for Jeffrey. And I feel bad for her, because she's kind of pigeonholed herself in a bad situation as a cute girl who's young with this many kids. And I will say what was also disturbing is that she seems like she's looking for a father for her children and not a partner. Every single time she gets on the screen, she's talking about, I'm trying to get my kids a dad. I'm trying to get my kids a dad. I'm trying to get my kids a dad. And I think when you're leading with that, you're not actually leading with the ability for a man to get to know you. All I know is that she wants to find her a father for her children. And why she's trying to get Mark Anthony to do that is beyond me. So I feel like she's all over the place. She thinks she's slicker than she is with this whole situation. And all Jeffrey is a billboard for what young girls should not do. You should not have 3 kids at 32 and never married and then trying to find a father for your children. It's going to be an uphill battle. And yeah, it's just not it. She's trying it, and that voice has to go. It absolutely has to go.
So I just want to put a little context into what Jeffrey's situation is. Okay, so thank you, Mocha Mima, for the video you sent me on the podcast, because it really helped me understand that Jeffrey is a full-blown liar. Okay. So I'm gonna break it down. I gotta talk fast because I gotta give CWAY her time. But thank you, Mocha Mima, for that podcast live that Jeffrey did, because apparently Jeffrey was married for 12 years. Her kids' ages are 14, 6, and 2 going on 3 at the time this podcast was done. So you have a 14-year-old and a 5-year-old that both share the same father. That father is not in those kids' lives. One of them spent a chunk of time with that daddy, for sure. Now, I give it credit when I'm calculating the way she put it on the show, her 12-year, and then she had a 3-year relationship. So I'll say the second one, the daddy checked out somewhere. Somehow you guys got a divorce or whatever. If you were married, because you on the show, you don't say married. You say you was in a relationship. Now on the podcast, she says she's married. So I'm not really sure what's happening here. But you're having a 14-year-old out of a 12-year relationship. I'm trying to do the math, because the 5-year-old and the 3-year-old is the 6-year-old and the 3-year-old is really close, because the 6-year-old, and you had a 3-year relationship with the last one. So that means you had the relationship as soon as you were done having the 6-year-old. You had to start having that relationship as soon as you were done having the 6-year-old to get pregnant with the 3-year-old. You're cutting it real close on how you had this relationship. And so, you have this 3-year-old, and as soon as you got pregnant with that one, you checked out. You were gifting him a baby. Did he want a baby? That's the question. Did he even want a baby for it to be a gift? Because why would you give somebody something and they check out on you? That don't even make sense. And it's nice to actually put it that way, because kids are blessings. But I'm not gifting nobody something out of my womb unless they're sitting here telling me, can you be a surrogate mother for me? That's the only way I'm gifting you anything. And once that baby come out, you're taking this gift because we have a contract. So I'm trying to figure out how this makes sense. I mean, you guys are not doing your research on this show, the people that are casting these people or whatnot. It's not making no sense to me at all. You put Morgan on here, you put this one on here. And I've noticed something with Jeffrey too, when people are not situating or fixing the ways that she wants, or agreeing with the lies that she is telling. That's who's putting on the chopping block. She put Blue on the chopping block this week. All these times Blue was fine. Last time it was, who was the other person that all of a sudden she don't like no more? I can't remember, but she did that to them too. Blake was another one. So she's sitting there telling him about Blake this, Blake that, and he a lie. And then Morgan talking about he a lie too. Both of y'all ladies is lies. Because ain't no way you ain't got nobody that you can bring around. I would have had a friend even pretend to be my boyfriend just to ask questions. Like, that's like really, really weird and odd to me. So y'all can believe on Jeffrey all you want. She can be your queen and all these titles that y'all want to give her in the chat, but y'all better take a deep look at yourselves on why you trust in this woman like this. Because this red flag, she not even talking in her real voice. Like, come on. But I would say this, no, that's later on. We'll talk about it when we get to Andre, because I do feel a health risk for her as well. I know she's saying she got other problems, but I actually feel like, and this is a serious note, I'm not trying to be funny or whatnot, and I'm not trying to say it, but like mean or nothing like that. But her taking those baby bites or whatever, she's giving me anorexic. And I hope that's not really the case, because that's a real serious illness to have. But being that she is very small, and I do get it that she has the, what was it she said she had last week? Crohn's. And I don't know if that affects the way you eat or whatever. You can't eat that much or not. But, you know, I really would be concerned for her if she is along the lines of being anorexic or not. You know, that's just a different thing. But outside of that, sis is lying to y'all. She playing it up in your face. And I don't know what to tell you. Them kids is too damn close in age for you to be having a 12-year marriage relationship / boyfriend, whatever he want to be, and turn around and have a 3-year-old 3 years after. Some cheating was going on or something was going on up in there. And that's probably why you don't want to bring neither one of them to the situation.
Why would she lie about being married though?
I don't know. I'm saying, I don't know why she lied about it, but she didn't mention it on the show. She was married, but on the podcast, she said she was married.
Because I would think it would be something that would help. You know what I mean? Like if you
I would too.
If you have 3 kids and 2 of them were with somebody who were married, I would share that because it makes you look better.
Yeah, I would say that too. But both times that she told Tommy I had a 12-year relationship, and then she told the guys I had a 12-year relationship. But on the podcast, she says I was married to my high school sweetheart for 12 years. So that's why I'm like, yeah, something's not right, because you're either lying on this show or you lying on that podcast. But one way or the other, you're lying.
She may be lying on that podcast. Maybe she's trying to say common law or something. After she sees the way she looks on the show and the feedback that she's receiving. But you know, with a person like Jeffrey, you never know. This is the reason why I'm really big on doing your due diligence and trying to date people that you either meet through mutual friends or having some type of background information about people. I've never been that person that be like, you know, I don't care what them exes said. I don't care what the people say. I'm just going to like it. No. I always try to do my due diligence on people, because Jeffrey not bringing anybody around, it appears to be her trying to stop people from doing their due diligence. And to me, that is a red flag. And I don't think the men were moved by it. I think they saw right through it for sure. So
hold on, I got to get the information for the podcast because they asking which podcast. I'll put it in the chat in a second, y'all.
Hey, it's getting interesting now. All right, cool. And I guess the final one for you, maybe, because I don't know, before we start doing the actual show fully, actually, I mean, you can decide. Actually, CWAY, did you want to talk about James, or did you want to talk about someone else? Who did you want to kind of discuss a little bit more?
I would love to talk about Andre. Then I have to hop off to go to the show.
No,
you mean Andre, and
go for it. Yeah, if you want to go for it, yeah.
The only other thing I want to talk about was Andre and Cynthia and the exes. Personally, I found that whole scene to be really entertaining. People are gonna say that's toxic of me. That's fine. I've heard other things, worse things. Okay. I thought it was pretty entertaining. I see the reason why Cynthia likes liked her child's father. He was very funny, but also very, very toxic. What I found interesting between the argument between Andre and the child's father is what happens when Era, you're lucky that this is not my channel, because I would literally block you. What's really interesting between Andre and the child's father is the fact what happens when men are forced to get into verbal disagreements, and they're not allowed to fight, because it really kind of, I feel like Andre started mentioning things that he's never mentioned before, like the Forbes list and other things, to make himself feel better, because he was like pushed in a corner. And I thought that was interesting, because I think men normally do not kind of like tussle verbally like that. And the fact that they were forced to like kind of sit that close to each other and argue it out was really, you know, interesting. I think the child's father is dealing with what a lot of men do when you know good and well that you didn't do anything, you didn't do right by the mother of your child. He had nothing bad to say about Cynthia, and I just wanted to note that. It's very clear that Cynthia is a really good woman and he messed up. So instead of kind of focusing that energy on that, he decided to kind of like project some of his like future insecurities on, you know, Andre and on Anthony. What I will say is I do think he peeped good things about Anthony being inauthentic, and I do think he peeped some stuff in Andre. I do think he's very perceptive. But I also think he was projecting a lot of his problems about the fact that because he didn't do right by the mother of his child, I'm assuming another man is going to have to step in and raise his children. And that's a tough pill to swallow. You know what I mean? But I do think he was right that Anthony is giving robotic answers. And I do think there's some stuff wrong with Andre as well. But the way he came at Andre, he didn't like him from the moment he saw his mohawk. And it was a lot of Quien es más macho bullcrap, you know? So yeah, that's what I got. I'll be watching you guys on my phone though, and I'll be listening to the discussions. I wish I could stay on for the whole thing, but I'm here in Vegas, so I got to go do family stuff. But
no, we appreciate you, CWAY. Don't even worry about that. Make sure you enjoy yourself and throw a couple die for me, okay?
I've already made some money. I've made a good amount of money, so I'm doing good.
Well, you know where my cash up is.
You didn't cash out me. Cash out me for dealing with your clothes on this chat.
These 2023 men is something else.
You know what I'm saying? So it's 2023, baby. I'm trying to cash in. Okay, right. I'm trying to cash in. But I appreciate you, CWAY.
Thank you, Jojo, for giving me my time.
All right,
no worries, babe. Enjoy yourself. All right, let me bring on Lorraine and JR as well. We're gonna get the show kicking off now, guys. Love CWAY as well, because she be killing us with the jokes. All right, can you just read out this lovely also what do you call it? I mean, what you call it now?
Super chat.
Super chat, that's it. So my brain was wired. Caribbean Girl 28, you've been a loyal subscriber as well. We appreciate you. Says for Koja's space heater, we got to keep our brother warm. Keep our brother warm, I guess what I was going to say. Listen, you guys don't understand. The electricity bill, that's one thing. The gas bill is mad. I'm sorry, in a month alone, when my landlord showed me the price of what's going on with that, I said, brother, don't worry. I'll turn off the heaters and I will put a blanket on, because nobody's going to pay for that. You understand? So listen, I'm not about to come out and play because the weather is crazy. And I think it's not even super cold. It's just that the fact that, I don't know, I'm feeling more cold, maybe because I come from Ghana long ago, but I'm feeling more cold. But outside is not so cold, but it just feels different. So I said to myself, I'm going to save some coins, okay? We didn't make all this money to spend it all on gas, okay? Whatever happened with that, I don't want to, okay? And yes, inflation's everywhere, exactly. So, I'm definitely going to turn that heater off, okay? All right, cool. All right, cool. Let's get into the show. JR and Lorraine, thanks for joining us today. We're going to start talking about some of the couples straight away. Let's start with our very first one. Let's start. I guess I'll leave the Morgan one to the end because we've already just kind of spoken about them. Let's speak about another particular couple. There was Suan and Blake situation. I'll play a little bit of a clip for you guys. Hopefully I got the right clip as well. Yes, I have.
Lead them in the right way. I'm always available to them. So that's very important.
Okay. I need to evaluate the family just to see if the relationship is going to work.
I don't believe in just trying to fit in for the sake of the person. If the family is that important to the person, I have to figure out and learn what that synergy is and see if it's.
I have no clue what Blake is talking about. I kind of do, but I don't mean it. It's not. I don't understand it in a good way. I understand it in a very bad way. The fact that he said he needs to understand the synergy of a family. It did give me a little bit. I give you a little bit of abuser stuff, just a little bit. It's almost as if like I want to make sure that you. It almost sounded a bit, and this is only probably my head and how it sounded. It sounded a bit like I need to know how good your family unit is. Because if it's too good, I can't join. And if it's effed up, fantastic, so I can isolate you. That's what I don't know. My brain was just going off in that way. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what he actually said, and I'm not trying to call him that. I'm just saying my brain just all it was hearing was really and truly was I need to isolate you from your family. I was like, bro, what the heck? This don't sound good, bro. Like the way you've said it. So, but again, that was just my initial thought. I'm sure if I maybe watch it one or two more times, I'll probably get a different understanding. But yeah, it didn't sound great. JR, you look like you're ready to speak, so go for it. What's your thoughts on this?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, the only thing that I could make sense from that is maybe the fact that he has 3 kids, so he's trying to ensure that, you know, if he does bring her around the kids or have a serious relationship with her, then you know, that's going to be a bonus if she has like a family minded mentality type thing. But that's all I got from. That's the only way I can kind of rationalize what he was trying to say. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, that's all for me.
Cool. Lorraine, what's your thoughts?
Hi everyone. I just don't know if I'm dumb or not. I just did not understand what he was talking about. Even when you played it again, I was like, what is he saying? It just sounded like he was just like grouping words together. It reminded me of that guy, I don't know if he was from the last season or the season before, who used to talk about energy and cosmic this, that and the other. Just a little bit. Like Blake is obviously more intelligent, but it was just like you're talking for the sake of talking. Like just say what you need to say. It's like he's going around the houses, like he's not saying exactly what he needs to say. So I honestly didn't understand what it was that he was trying to say. So I don't really have any input on this because I just feel so dense, because I was like, what exactly are you saying? Just say what you need to say. So yeah, I don't have nothing to say.
Oh, cool. Jay, what's your thoughts? Any thoughts on that comment that Blake made?
So just that comment there. The energy he gave with it threw me off, because I don't think that's a bad thing to check on people's family. Like, I'm family oriented, so I want somebody that's a bit family oriented too, because then we kind of match up that, you know, we do things. You understand when I go do things with my family, you know, how I got the same type of love type thing. But the energy he was kind of giving was kind of off-putting and throwing me off. So it was kind of giving what you said, that little vibe that I would want to see if I could just infiltrate your space and take over, or am I have some pushback from your family? They're not going to like me. They're not going to get along with me or whatnot. And respectfully so, if I was one of the family members, I probably won't like you, because if every time I ask a question and you answer me with a question, that's annoying. That works in an interrogation room, that works on the court of law and on the stand and stuff like that. But to be in a relationship, that's annoying as hell. Okay. I don't want to sit here and ask you a question, where you been? Well, where it looked like I been. What the hell? Like, I don't have time for all of this. Like, and he does that with every single body. This is not just that he did it with this man. He did it with Jonique, I'm sorry. And you do it like with everybody. So when he sit there and asks about your last relationship, why did it end? Well, what do you mean by, like, if it ended this way or if it ended that way? Like, fool, you know what? Why did it end mean? That's a very easy question to answer. Stop playing dumb. I don't want specifics. I want you to tell me exactly why did it end. I don't need to sit here and get to a specific case on, did it end cordial? Did it end this? Tell me whatever you want to tell me how it ended. I can only do but believe you. So that's to me is a problem that he seems to have. And I don't know who would really want to be in a relationship. And I can see how relationships in the past have gone wrong with that type of energy. Like every time I ask you a question, you got to ask me for a more specific question. I don't want to keep doing that with you. That's not how relationships work, and that's not how they flow. And a lot of times that's not how conversations go very well. And so that's why I can tell why a lot of ladies saying they don't get that energy. They feel something off about him and all this. Because he kind of makes you feel like you're dumb. Like he belittles you by doing that every single time. Like you don't know how to ask a question. It's just like, answer my question. And that's why probably Sue Ann gets them, because she's a lawyer type, attorney type. They're going to ask specific questions. But in a real world, real dating, all of us are not attorneys. All of us are not lawyers. So all of us don't want to sit here and keep going back and forth with all those stupid ass questions. Excuse my French. But seriously, that was annoying to me as hell to watch him do that, like constantly, even with this man. Like, just answer the daggone question, please. But yeah, that's enough. I'll leave it alone.
No, fair point. Fair point. And I can't even deny the. I definitely hear you on that. So, talking about Sue Ann and Blake, he made his comment about family, whatever. I don't know what he was saying, but yeah, let me know your thoughts on that.
Hi everyone, by the way. I think he likes to power play a lot. I think he likes to go back and forth to dominate the conversation, possibly. I didn't get much from that conversation. I mean, it's something that, maybe both of them have made a pact, let's stay on the show together and work this out. Definitely she's feeling him more than he's feeling her. But as far as Blake, he likes to be a mystery. He likes to throw the wild card. There's a lot to unpack with him, I think. A lot. And he doesn't want to be found out. He doesn't want people to really know who he really is. That's my personal opinion, is that's what I'm getting. I'm getting that vibe where you're only going to get the mystery part of me, and I'm going to play with words. I'm going to play, this dominant game so I could always be on top.
Definitely hear that, so thank you. I mean, personally, me for Blake, I just think to myself that I don't know if he's always anticipating the next move, and it could be because of he's so wired for his job. Some people also as well, they have a bit of an anal character, and they find it very hard to kind of come out of their job becomes their personality in a sense, a little bit. Because it looks like he's always anticipating the next thing. Like even the when he asked the guy to clarify his question, at first I thought, is he trying to do a power move? Then I thought to myself, even the way he kind of said it wasn't necessarily a power move, because it didn't feel like he was checking him. It was more of a case of he needs to understand, like, what are you really trying to ask here? And I wonder if that's again the anality of his job, and he honestly, he feels like he's on, I don't want to say he's on the spectrum, because that's just easy way out, but it does feel like he's like, you know what I mean?
I got that same thing. That's why I said he acts like a defendant on the stand. Like if he was on the stand, he would be like the best defendant ever. Like you can win your case with him, because he's going to make sure the attorney is asking the right question, or he's not going to give you a direct answer. And I do feel like that is a part of his job, a part of the military thing, but that's a lot of him too, because you adapted that so well and so easily. That's a part of your lifestyle. So I would be curious to know if he grew up in a military household, if his parents do the same thing as well, because he's so comfortable with it. He just sits in it. And it's just like, if you don't ask him exactly the most specific question, he's not going to give you an answer. And I had a chef that was like that in culinary school. It was like you had to almost ask the question almost to the point that you knew the answer already. So you have to phrase the question in a way that it wasn't really a question, just so he can say, yeah, you got it. And it's so, I'm like seriously doing it. It's so frustrating, because you have to sit in your head first before you even talk to that person. So we can't just have a free conversation like we're doing. I have to sit here and literally go into my head to figure out how to ask you this question so I can get the answer that I'm looking for. But I don't want the answer that I'm actually looking for. I want the truth. And so that makes it very difficult to know if he's telling you the truth or not. So he has a wonderful thing that goes, a game that goes on and playing with your head and dark arts and all that stuff, but it's not very great for a relationship, to be honest. It's very draining.
I hear you 100%. You telling the lies. You telling the lies. There goes Sean again on his travels. Obviously, then Suan obviously gets some feedback from her particular gentleman. He gives her some feedback, and he chooses to say that, you know, that the other guy is probably a bit of a better catch for him. He said Blake is similar to him, but Blake is similar to him in his younger days, and the other gentleman, who was Anthony, is a better catch. I want to get you guys' thoughts. What did you guys garnish from the gentleman? I'll play a clip for you guys if you remember. I'll see if I can get the clip. If I can get it all the way. Can I get it all the way without getting it?
You're not only solving the problem, but I also know.
Nope, that's not it. Sorry, let me get it for you guys. There we go.
Me 20 years ago. Smooth, clear, dressed well, very, very nice guy. But I'm not convinced that what he's looking for is what he's looking for.
Paul thinks Blake might not be ready to settle down, and I'm getting worried because I take everything.
It's
hard.
Let me get to Anthony. I'm
So
gonna get copyright if I don't. I'll play in a second for you guys because I'm gonna get copyright if I don't. But he actually says basically that Anthony is a better fit for Suan. Yeah. Anyway, wanted to see you guys' thoughts on that, and you know, if you feel the same way, is Anthony a better fit for Suan? Because what we saw last week or last 2 weeks, old boy didn't want to touch her with a barge pole, blood. Man wanted to dance with her at the end, but he wanted to touch her with a barge pole. So all of a sudden, to see him being the one that might be for her can be a little bit disorientating, a little bit confusing as well. So I want to get you guys' thoughts around that as well, in terms of Suan and Anthony. Jay, why are you looking like that for? Why are you looking unimpressed about that?
My thoughts, I'm gonna tell you what my exact thought was just now. It don't matter what we think, because she not listed to us, her ex-boyfriend, none of it. She want to deal with Blake. She want to deal with Blake. She don't give a we can say whatever right now. She don't care.
Do you think she won't change? You think she would stay in that same position?
I think with that particular ex and some more of the ladies, she is being a little bit more open because of what she told him towards the end of seeing. But they got alliance. I'm sorry, they got alliance. I'm gonna call it what it is, and so it's not gonna matter right now. For whatever reason, she's gonna ride this out, and so it is what it is.
I hear that. Okay. Anyone else with any thoughts around Suan and Anthony and their connection, supposed connection that's happening at the moment? Go for it, Joe.
Yeah, I think the ex could be right on that. If that's what he's seen close up from speaking to both of them, then, you know, his opinions are valid because he knows how she is. He's been with her as well. So, but I definitely think that if it wasn't for Suan, Blake would have gone home a long time ago. I think the way he approaches the dates is very much like he said on this episode. He's been living in the bottom every single week. So I don't think he's going to get G'd up for anybody because he knows everybody's been trying to eliminate him. And he's not interested. We've seen that when he goes on dates that he's not interested in the person. He doesn't ask questions, he doesn't want to know anything. And that's what turned off Janique straight away and a few of the other ladies, right? But yeah, so because the ex has had a sit down with him and managed to hear what he had to say, I think the ex's opinion is valid. I do think I agree with Jay as well. Like Suan and Blake definitely have a pact because both of them could have gone home. Like Suan doesn't have, I mean, I don't think she's anyone's number one connection other than Blake. So if Blake goes, Suan goes as well. So the fact that they have each other as a connection, whereas some of the people that have gone home already have none. They don't have no top connections. Even Blue, you know, he wasn't anyone's top. He even said he's got two number twos and no number one. So yeah, there's definitely a pack there. I don't think they will particularly last long term. They do have compatibilities though. She's got two daughters, I think, and he's got 3 kids, obviously, with 3 different women. So the children thing, like, they actually are compatible with that. I think he does like the fact that she's defended him against all the other ladies that have been trying to get rid of him. And that's probably why he's got a soft spot for her. But yeah, the ex might actually be right. The problem is Anthony does not have a connection with her like that. That whole dinner date last week was not something that I felt brought them closer. Even when they weren't dancing together and they were talking, I didn't get it. And when they did dance and they did their little slow jam, it was like, okay, yeah, we danced. It's time to go home now. Like friend vibes, really. And not even friend vibes, just no romantic interest there. So yeah, and let's be real, Anthony doesn't have any real connections either, other than Cynthia. So yeah, there's definitely some teamwork going on. I do think they like each other. I don't think it's completely fake, but I just don't think it's serious enough to go long term.
Cool. Appreciate it. Anyone else have a thought around Sue-Ann, Anthony, and Blake's situation before I shift it? Go for it, Lorraine.
Yeah, I remember I actually said a couple of weeks ago that Anthony's like a dark horse. Like, he came to all these dates prepared, okay? But I think that some people are so good at the interviews, like job interviews, but not as good as the actual job. So I think he has a good representative, or he knew that, you know, he's going to meet the exes, so he's going to put his best foot forward. So I think that's why all the exes, or majority of the exes, were kind of choosing him to be the more compatible partner. But he doesn't like Sue-Ann in that way. I think that Sue-Ann has a type. When I saw Paul, I thought that she's got a type. She does like an older man, it seems. So it was very apparent. I think she knows. not I think she knows. She knows that Blake isn't for her. Even the way that she was responding to Paul when he was saying that I don't think that Blake is for you. I think she's aware, very well aware, that Blake doesn't like her as much as he's letting on. But, you know, they're here to... No one here, I refuse to believe, after how many seasons, that anyone that comes on this show is coming on this show solely to find a partner. That is bullcrap. Everyone's coming on here to get a leg up, to promote a business, to, you know, get some kind of awareness. So people are going to stay on there as much as they can. It's not about winning because you don't get a prize. So she's on there to stay on there as long as she can, just like everybody else. This is not about Sue-Ann specifically. Everyone's on there to get a leg up. But Anthony does not like her like that. It's very obvious. He just came prepared, and, you know, he's just a very good at the interview. He's good at presenting himself. Has a good representative. That's it.
Okay. Any other thoughts on Sue-Ann, Anthony, and Blake situation? If not, I'll shift it. Go for it, Soph.
You know, I'm going to go back a few seasons. They remind me of Aaron and Angel. Do you all remember Aaron and Angel, how they made an alliance at the end? I think it was like season 3. He's now married to a whole different woman. And on the show, he had led on several women. And then, in fact, one kind of went off on him. It was like one classic scene, right? But so I feel like they, you know, like Jay said, they've made a pact, they've made an alliance. Anthony, I mean, he surprised us this episode, definitely. I don't think he's putting his cards out there for everybody to see. I think even with the surprises later on, we still don't know where he stands. I believe, and I've said this from the beginning, most of them are on here to get exposed, to get, to stay on as long as possible, to grow their clientele if they need to. Heck, we're talking about them every week, right? So this is definitely a platform for them. But I remember Aaron and Angel, and they made it to the end, and then they broke up soon after that. And then now he's married, and I don't know what she's doing, but it's happened before.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that season. That was an interesting season. That was as well. Aaron was playing the game out here. Okay, cool. I don't know, Sean, you wanted to add anything to Suan and Anthony and Blake? If not, I'll shift it.
Yeah, you can shift it. There's not much, it's about as vapid as empty space. So nothing to add from me.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for adding the vapid as empty space. We appreciate those adjectives. All right, cool. Let's talk then, since we are still talking about, obviously, Anthony and Blake. Let's talk about Blake then specifically, because he had a situation. Well, I say no situation, but Morgan made some comments about him. Mercedes also made some comments about him. Want to get you guys' point of view on that as well. Hopefully I can get the right clip for you guys on that situation, because in the bottom, did it. I really should have written down the actual timing. That would have helped the situation, to be honest. I think it's right about here. You niggas are definitely going to get me with a copyright, but I think this is it.
That if he is at all trying to play games like it appears to be, that's not okay with me. When it comes to matters at heart, play chess with love. I don't have any.
No, I'll stop it there because it will go copyright. Morgan is going to obviously say her piece, and I'll play that, guys, for you in a second. In the meantime, just have a thought. What I want to just ask a question. What are your thoughts around Morgan, Mercedes, their thoughts around Blake? I'll play the rest of the clip if you haven't watched it already, as well to remind you. But I want to get your thoughts, because obviously Blake has been a running theme in the whole of this season. We know he's a malignant cancer to someone, and he's also playing with ladies who he doesn't talk to as well. So clearly we need to discuss him to find out what's going on as well. So I'll play the rest of the clip, and then we'll get the conversation flowing as well.
Communication with Blake. That being said, I didn't have to talk to him to get a really bad impression of him and to make my own conclusion of him, which is that he's not a good person.
The way Tommy was looking, I know he's fed up and tired of these ladies talking this trash. Okay, so before I do, sorry, let me just read out the super chats now. I'll ask you guys a question about Blake and his connections that he doesn't have with the ladies, but somehow the ladies still have words to say about him. So C Perk has put on here for my bros blanket fund. Much appreciation, C Perk. Keep it coming, guys. The funds need to come in. This gas electric is not a joke. You know what I'm saying? It's not a joke. It's not a joke out here, Phil Good said, Blake causes confusion when he's uncomfortable. It's a method to keep him in control. The question is annoying. That's fair play. That's a good shout too. That's a very good shout as well. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for those super chats. Keep the super chats coming. If the Lord keeps to bless you pocket, let him bless my pocket too. Okay. All right, cool. So talking about Blake, and how the ladies are also talking about him, I want to get you guys' thoughts. Did you agree with Mercedes, what she said? Did you agree with Morgan, what she said? Did you disagree? Did you see something else different? We want to know your thoughts on this aspect. Sean, I'm sure you're waiting and biting at the wheel to say something, sir. Don't crash your car because of Morgan, though. Go on.
No, she's not gonna let me crash my car. This is what I will maintain composure. So listen, if this is not groupthink at its finest, I don't know what is. And I'm not taking away from women's intuition and all this other, all these traits that, I know that women have, right? But ultimately, we have yet to see this guy become unhinged. We have yet to see the malignant cancer that supposedly he is, right? And I think it's just a disservice, right? Because other people who haven't even had interactions with him, opinion of this person is being skewed by what really it appears that Jeffrey is planting these seeds, because she was super quiet today. Everyone else did the heavy lifting for her. So I really don't get it. And then, as even Mercedes was talking, she was saying she really hasn't even had her own interactions with him. Meanwhile, she lambasted him, called him everything but a child of God. But this is all based on hearsay of what, of Jeffrey is sharing. I just think that's highly problematic. Like, we just can't all jump on the bandwagon. And Mercedes really did the same thing. What she passive, I don't know if we call it passive aggressive, but she definitely passively kind of said, well, she didn't have her own interactions, but from what she's hearing. Okay. I'm kind of just over it at this point, because he really must be the worst. But he's, they're going to call him a covert narcissist. We just don't see it. We're blind. He's playing in our face. He's, fooling some of us, but not all of them. I just think it's a little ridiculous, and I just can't stand that group think where the minute a guy does something right, and I'm not saying he's perfect and he's, the best thing since sliced bread. However, it's like the moment something comes out, that you don't like a guy, he becomes all these things, all these clinical terms, all, he's the worst thing coming. And, in a lot of instances, folks don't really have all that evidence. They just kind of jumping on the bandwagon and riding it out. So that's what I think.
Appreciate it. Anyone have an opposing view, though? Anyone have an opposing thing or slightly different to what Sean said? Anyone have a slightly different viewpoint or opposing view to what Sean said? Rotted. Everybody agree? Everybody agree?
I'll say this. I think these ladies have an alliance, and it's not going too well. It's not going too well. I'm sorry. This is the worst alliance ever. You cannot get this man off for to save your lives, and y'all doing it wrong. I told y'all how to get him off last time. If you go to the men and tell them to vote CWAY off, he gotta go, because production, they can't keep him to nobody. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just keep trying to throw him under the bus. He's living rent free in all of y'all head. Mercedes in the past has said she understands him, but she doesn't have no connection with him. She should have rolled with that. Now we're switching it up to sit there and say, oh, if he's playing like people say he is. This is not even a fact for yourself. And I'm not saying that he's not going on dates with anybody else still, because of course we know production puts them all on dates regardless. But you don't have nothing from none of the dates to say, we went on several more dates and it's just still nothing. It's still just dry. It's just this. Like, if you guys would stop putting the extras on it, maybe production would actually be like, you know what? Okay, we'll let it go. But the fact that you keep putting the extras on it and you guys are not giving them anything else to produce, they're going to keep him there, because it's the little bit of drama that you guys have to talk about that keeps us talking about Blake every single week, because you keep bringing up him. All that extra Morgan did, I don't have to talk to him to form an opinion. No, we don't have to talk to anybody in this world to form an opinion. But for us to have a factual opinion of somebody, we should have some conversation with them. Everybody forms an opinion that you're a beautiful woman and you're probably nice, but we see that you're not, now that we got some factual information about you. So if you would have sat there and told us, like, yes, we went on a date. I gave him a chance after he said what he said the first day, and we went on a date and the date still didn't go good. It didn't get any better. Then we could sit here and be like, you know what, we agree, because we're not really seeing anything from him. But we can't do that here, except for the fact that we just don't like him for the thing he said in the beginning. We're all still holding on to that. All of us in the audience is still holding on to that. Y'all can say what y'all want, but you guys have nothing to give us about this man. And yes, he could be whatever his ex came and said he is. He could be a whole bunch of other things that people in the world say he is, but we have not seen any of it yet. And even when Jeffrey was saying all that she was saying, it was like, girl, give us something. Did he say something really bad? Did he say this? What did he do? It's still nothing. So at this point, you guys are just, it looks like haters. Mean Girl Club hating on the dude over here because he don't chase you, he don't want you, he don't talk right, he's just not for you, and you getting everybody clicked up with you. Jonice had a whole opinion about this man before she even met him. That's a problem. Why are you guys talking about somebody that you don't like so much? That's what I want to know, because that only makes me feel like, okay, so if there's somebody is that you do like, how bad you will actually talk about them, how much would they really live in your head like this? Because this makes no sense to be going on about a person. If I don't like you, I just don't pay you any dust. I don't talk to you. I don't do anything with you. We're good. I know how to be a lady in the room with people I don't like. It's not that hard. So just let it go. Just Tommy, I'm sorry. I'm just not feeling it for Blake. That's it. I don't have to put no extras on it. No, nothing like that. And it would be funny because the rest of the room would start to go around and say the same thing. I'm not feeling it for him. So, I mean, I understand you got a connection with him. If he go home, would you leave with him? That'll be me. Are you going to go with him? Like, I'm sorry, but there's a number games at the end of the day. So we kind of have to all have this vote for him. And if we don't have this vote, I don't have to put the extras. And I just kind of wish these ladies would stop. But maybe production is telling them to say something else. Say something else. So, we'll say it's production at this point right now.
Appreciate it, Jay. I love that. Appreciate it. Blake. Who has opinions on Blake? Any different? Any similar? Any interesting one? Oh, go for it, Lorraine.
It was Tommy's face for me, because Tommy was looking at Morgan like, not the pot calling it, what's it? Not the kettle calling the pot black. Like, you're really out here after what you just told me, Miss Morgan. You are gonna talk. That's what I was thinking when he was looking at her. But it's the choice of words for me. If you look at the words that they're using, he's playing a game, he's fake, he's all of this. Like I said before, all of you guys are playing a game. This is a dating show. This is a game show. You are all playing a game. You're all being strategic to ensure that, you keep a connection with this person and that person, so you stay in the game. He is doing what every single one of you guys is doing. The only difference with Blake is that he's not likable and he is blunt. That is the only difference. You are all playing a game. Like, I don't understand, like, what is he playing a different game? Is he winning something? Is he winning money? I don't get it. You are all playing a game. And some of you are playing a very bad game, Miss Morgan. Miss Morgan, like, why you would bring that man to the show? That was not strategy. Blake is strategic. He is thinking about this strategically. How am I looking in front of to the audience? How am I coming across? Okay, I need to make sure that I don't, I'm not out of pocket when I'm talking to people. I need to make sure that I do this. He's being very strategic. Do I like Blake personally? No, he is not my person. From the first episode, I was like, no, like, you're not for me. I don't gel with these kind of people. But like what Jay said, if I don't like you, I'm not going to give you any energy. It's just too draining. Like, I don't like you, go about your business. You're not for me. But the energy that they're investing into Blake, it's giving, we're not happy that you're here, so we're going to do everything that we can to get you out of here. It's giving production are keeping you here. You are a favorite and you don't deserve to be here. You should have been left the first episode and you're not here. So we're going to do everything that we can to get you off. He could be all of these things, but at this point, I don't care. I actually don't care if he's a narcissist. I actually don't care if he's all these things, because one, I haven't seen it. Two, it's besides the point. The reason that you're giving is not valid. He is playing a game just like all of you guys are. You don't like him, fine. You don't have to like him. Just stop talking about him. You're basically perpetuating a situation. You're giving him more power. You're giving him more visibility. You're giving more clout to his name. by leaving his name in your mouth. So I'm over it. I'm literally over it. Them talking about him every single time, the same thing over and over and over and over again. Like, give it a rest.
I was gonna say, like, the thing that I've been watching and hearing is, first of all, like Jeffrey said from the first episode, he was controlling and he didn't want her to date anybody else. And, you know, apparently something like that was said and she ran with that, right? Then it's gone from him being controlling. We haven't seen any evidence of that yet, where he's even been pissed that another person showed up on a date and he's wondered why. He hasn't even been jealous or anything like that so far. So it's gone from that. Then the narrative is now he's playing games. And then we've also heard that he's, you know, he's not a nice person and he's, you know, he's not there for the right reasons, things along those lines, right? So it seems like they're throwing the kitchen sink at him to get him off, right? All of those things could be true, but we're not seeing that when we see him interact with any of the ladies, not even Suan, who's his only connection. He hasn't said to Suan, "Rah, you know, I don't want you going on a date with Anthony, you know," or "What did you do with Anthony? I heard you dance together." Like, he's not doing anything. And Suan's his only connection. He hasn't showed any possessiveness. All he said is, "Yeah, you know, thank you for having my back. I appreciate it." You know, things along those lines. So I definitely agree with Sean. It seems like groupthink, sisterhood, you know, let's get him out of here. I've said already, like, they speak about him way too much when they have connections of their own, apparently, that they should be focusing on. And he's been in the bottom every week, like I said. So he doesn't fear being in the bottom anymore. But what we're not seeing him do is try and reach out and establish fake connections to stay on the show. Because that's what somebody who's in the bottom and fearing going home would do. Logically, if it is a game, you would say, you know what? Okay, I've only got Suan in my corner. Let me try and friend up Mercedes. Let me try and friend up. But he's not doing that. And that's why Mercedes is like, "Raw, I haven't had any connection with him. I haven't been on a date with him, blah, blah, blah." Morgan had already made her mind up based on what her homegirl Jeffrey said. So she hasn't even gone on a date. And when she did go on a date with him, it was to air him out. It wasn't even a date where she wanted to get to know him. She couldn't care less about him at that point. She went there to try and air him out and probably get him riled up, get him to say something or do something to say, "Ah, that's what everybody's been saying about you." All right. I think Morgan, man, we need to watch this one. Why? Because she has shown jealous, possessive with regards to Tony. Look, lock off your other connections because I'm going to hurt you. Things like that. Now, she might think it's cute, trying to laugh it off and things like that. But as we saw on this episode, and I'm sure we're going to get to, that's not cute. Because Tony, I think, is aware that Morgan is how she can get now. Like, at first it might have been just some fluff, some wordplay or whatever, but now I think he's got an idea. So I think Morgan and Jeffrey in particular are turned off because they expect their guy to pursue them, right? Jeffrey seems to want to collect connections like Thanos wants to collect them stones. And it seems like because Blake isn't pursuing them, it's like they've got an ego, as if to say, "Okay, well, you ain't pursuing me. You know what? You better go home because your energy ain't right. You're supposed to be trying to make connections. You're trying to da-da-da-da-da," right? That's where I think they're coming from. That's where I think that a lot of the hostility is. Because let's be real, he's not the only guy that's being passive. And he's only being intentional with Suan. So like I said, I think they're just keeping each other on the show. If it wasn't for Suan saving him every time, he would have gone home, and so would she. and she doesn't seem to be like a girly's girl, like where all the girls gravitate to her either. So, you know, they keep on talking about why is Blake on the show. It's simply because Suwan's keeping him on. That's what it is. If Suwan goes, he will go. If he goes, Suwan will probably go.
Solid points. Appreciate it. Soph, go for it. If you have anything to share about Blake and the ladies.
No, I think I mean, one point is that it's so dangerous to slander people's names, right? If you're not happy about the person, okay, but you know, we see it all the time, everywhere, at work, at school. When someone doesn't like someone else, they get the whole team to kind of try to buy into that. But it is a dangerous game because it could be character assassination, right? It could be it's slander. Again, I always say if I didn't hear it from their mouth, it's hard for me to actually take what you say about them. It's your opinion. And you always think about how your name can circulate the same way. So we as adults have a choice to say, you know what, I'm not going to join the bandwagon. But it seems like, there might not be at that level to do that. Maybe their way is like, hey, let's get together and get him out. I do remember when Morgan got on the bandwagon about an episode or two ago. I think when Andre came back and they had like a semi reunion, and she was like, I agree with Jeffrey about Blake. So even the agenda to kind of get him out was probably started a couple episodes ago, and it might have started with Morgan and Jeffrey's alliance, and then now it's growing to Mercedes, and it's expanding. But again, form your own opinion based off of what you know about the person and not what they're doing with other people. I think it's the fairest way to go.
Appreciate it, Sophie. Appreciate you. Anyone else have thoughts on this? I think I've asked everybody on Blake the situation. Yeah. Sean, you've done your piece as well. All right, cool. Let's move on then. Let's leave Blake alone. Blake has well and truly been vindicated in some shape or form, but he might come mad. There's still a few more episodes left in the shot, so he might just come off a little bit mad. Do you understand? All right, cool. Okay. Let's get this next one going then. Anthony came out to be one of the showrunner in this episode. Came out like a fast track runner. You never saw it coming. He hasn't clocked very fast times this season, and then literally it's Diamond League, it's Olympics, it's it's conference running, whatever it is, and he blows everybody out the water. It's like, where have you been all season, sir? And all of a sudden, pew, at the right time, at the right point, his spikes are touching the ground quicker than everybody else. So let's talk a little bit about Anthony and his particular sudden revival. I mean, one guy actually said that, you know what, this guy's ready for life. It's like he actually called him ready to life. So let's have a look. I wonder if I got the right clip.
Gotcha.
And he was forcing the confidence. Like,
Ooh.
I love Armand's opinion. I'm not going to take it lightly. It's
Hold on, I missed a little bit what he said. Let's go back.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I get a very swift with my words kind of vibe.
What do you think about this guy?
Anthony, that man is ready for life.
Yeah.
With whoever that may be. Very in tune with exactly who he is. That real.
Do you know what it was? Yeah, I don't know Armand from nowhere, but he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Is it just me? I just feel that he seems mature. I don't know what it is. He just gave mature vibes. I don't know. I'm not asking myself, Mercedes, what the frick did you do? Why are you not with him? Huh? He sounds very mature. Unless he's crazy. Maybe he's got some craziness underneath that we can't see. You know what I mean? But he definitely gave us some mature vibes. So obviously, Anthony came out the starting blocks kind of quick and fast today. So want to get you guys' thoughts. What is it that Anthony's done differently that now people are noticing him? Or is it a fact that, you know what, people are just seeing some having an outside perspective is changed the way that people are looking at Anthony? Like, what's your kind of thoughts, Rain? You did say earlier on that he's a little bit of a dark horse. So maybe you can start us off. What's changed for Anthony? What's changed?
Yeah, I think it's definitely having an outside perspective, having a male perspective to be specific, for the women, because I think previously Anthony was not being very forward. He was not being very intentional. And I think that made, I think if a few people on the panel even said, had a few opinions about him, which we won't get into. But that's because of probably how he presented himself, and then also he was just very laid back, and he didn't seem interested in the women. But I think he's very much interested in Cynthia and in Mercedes. I don't think he's interested in Siwan at all. I think he handled himself very well in a conflict situation. He showed that he's got good conflict resolution when he came to James, our good brother James. You know, he was able to really take control of that situation and really diffuse the situation. With Mercedes as well, you know, he was just able to just show what he wanted out of life. You know, it wasn't just about the women. It was about this is where I am at in my life, okay, and this is what I want. And I love what the ex said. He's ready for life and for whoever that might be, aka it's not you. That's how I took that. He was basically saying, yeah, it's not you, but this guy is ready. Yeah, but he's ready for somebody else. It ain't you. So yeah, I just think that it was getting that different perspective, because sometimes when you hear an opinion about a man from a man, it really just gets you thinking a bit more. Because I feel like sometimes men, you see men, right? Because you're men, if a man is moving mad and you've moved mad before, you can be like, yeah, I see you. Or if a man has good intentions, you're able to be like, yeah, this is a good guy. So I feel like he does have good intentions. Whether his person is on the show is another thing. But I do think that the women are definitely seeing him differently. So yeah.
Love that, Lorraine. Thank you very much. Great moment now. It just isn't you, she said. Anyone else who's next who wants to go up? Who wants to? Does anyone have an opposing view to what Lorraine has said? Anyone have an opposing view, or do we all kind of similarly kind of agree and just want to expound? No, we all kind of agree. All right, go for it, Sean. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite opposing. It's just I didn't see what he said that was so great. I mean, it's not like he was horrible, but I didn't see what he said that was so great. And then he flew every single, he had something to do. So he must got a side hustle, another business. So he has to get to work, because every time he's like, oh, I got to go. He told one of the exes, to get the phone number, the one that looked like T-Pain. I think that was Cynthia's ex. And then, he kind of darted out the other date too. So, I mean, again, I'm not saying he mucked up the dates or anything, but I just didn't see what was so of substance that he said or did, in those dates that was so impressive, and I get that there's editing, so I do understand that part, but there was nothing I saw that was like, oh, wow, now I really get to see the real Anthony.
Yeah, I definitely hear that. That's fair. Any other thoughts? Sophie, why you got your hand over your mouth? Go for it. Yeah, sorry, baby. You put your hand over your mouth and it just I noticed it.
No, I was just laughing at Sean's comments. When he said about T-Pain, I was thinking more 2 Chainz, but he, I think Anthony, he did. He came out of his shell. That's how I felt this time. I thought about the mat that he had in front of his house. Remember the mat for a couple of episodes ago? And maybe there is that part of him inside where if you take him there, he will go there. I like the fact that he kept it cool. He kept himself within control, and he removed himself from situations right before it got heated. It was a surprise. He was super reserved for weeks. And I think he's the type of guy that doesn't like to show how he really feels or know who to share his thoughts with or his, opinion with until he really gets to know you. I think he played it real smart. I think he's definitely has a bit of wisdom to know when to react and when not to react. He's I was laughing at Sean's comments more than anything.
All right, so I appreciate that. JR, what's your thoughts? Oh, Jay, go for it. Jay's ready. Sorry, Jay's ready. Go for it, Jay.
Go ahead, JR. He got you. I go next.
Yeah, so I think Anthony, when he made the comment about, I think it was to Cynthia's ex, you know, just take my number because I'm going to be around. I'm going to be here. You know, I think that was him basically stating his claim to Cynthia, but, and I don't even think it's too little too late, and I'm not mad at it. Like, he stated his intention, and that's what I guess he's there for, to make a connection, right? And solidify it at some point. So I thought that was a huge step for him and Cynthia. Anthony is probably someone I think he's been coasting through this season. Like, he hasn't been in the bottom at all. He's been, you know, some of the ladies' second choice, I guess. But Mercedes wasn't feeling him a few weeks ago. When he was with her on that date when Blake and Suan kissed at the adventure playground or whatever that was, the obstacle course, you know, she said she didn't see him as a strong romantic connection like that. So obviously something's changed in that time. But he endeared himself more to Cynthia than anybody else this episode, I thought. And again, I'm not mad at it.
Let's see. Sometimes when it comes to men, it's not what they say, but their mannerisms and how they say things. He came in cool, calm, and collected to both situations. He kept his posture, his pose. None of the men made him rattle, got him all fragile and stuff like that. You can see the difference between Tony, who is the alpha, confident one, everybody say, compared to Anthony. Anthony didn't buckle to none of the questions that was asked. James was coming at him with the same energy he came at Andre with. He just sat there and answered the question. When you come as your authentic self, I don't think this is his representative. I think this is Anthony. When you come as your authentic self, you show up and you show out. And sometimes it's real cool and calm and collected. And that's what we got out of it. When he sat there and told Suan last time that, yeah, for the right woman, and sat there, Suan was not the right woman, because this week he sat there and told Cynthia's ex, oh, I'm not going nowhere. Okay. Now, I do agree with Lorraine on the ex-boyfriend of Mercedes, I don't remember his name, realizing that she's not that person for him. And he's good enough to have conversation and not be rude and just really let you know you're not my one. But the ex also knows Mercedes. Not to say nothing about her, but he probably knows that she's probably not ready to be nobody's stepmom like that. So it's not a jab at any of them and their connection or anything. He just knows that you're not going to fit into his world the way he might need you to. And so we need to be serious on that part or whatnot, because this man is serious about a relationship. That's why he called him ready for life, because he's coming in here and actually vetting these women out. Now, we don't get much from him because he's not with all the games. He's not with all the rah-rah. He's not going to be sitting here just saying dumb stuff out of his mouth or whatever. He got a daughter. He's really conscious about what he's doing. And so that shows up a lot more than being profound and having these words of wisdom and all of these little things to say and making yourself sound really good. It's just the confidence to say, you know what? I like this woman. And if I want to, I'm going to pursue her. And that's what I got from his energy when he was sitting there, especially with Cynthia. Now, with Mercedes, he was just good at answering the questions because he's bringing himself. It's his truth. This is what I'm doing. This is what I want. But with Cynthia, it was, okay, I see you on 10. I'm gonna be cool because I understand, you know, you baby daddy or whatever and stuff, and you obviously still got some feelings for this woman. But I'm gonna let you know, bruh. If I want to, your kids will be taken care of, just like mine's gonna be taken care of. Your lady gonna be taken care of, and I'm gonna pick up where you left off. Don't worry about it. Call me. Because we're gonna be respectfully men in this whole co-parenting situation moving forward. So if it gets that far, James gonna be calling Anthony soon, and they're gonna be having barbecues together. So we all be doing a little family reunion together. Hopefully, if it work out between the two, because that's who I actually do see him being most compatible with. And that's it.
Yeah, Jay, I would happen to agree with you. I think he really did a good job, you know, in hearing your breakdown of his date with Cynthia. I definitely saw more of a connection there with him and her. Although his answer with that 10 things, if my son wants 10 things and your daughter wants 10 and this one wants 10, everybody gets 10. Come on, ain't no way. That's a lot of things to be walking out the store with.
$10 Dollar Tree things, you know, we can just, you know, but they're gonna get 10. They wanted the number.
Everybody gets 10. I called 10 caps. I called 10 caps on that because that's just not, you know.
He might have Russell Wilson energy within him. I'm not saying the money is there because ain't nobody be paying for all the siblings' college funds like Russell Williams, but 10 things, he might be able to afford that.
Yeah, I just, you know, I guess hindsight is 2020 because I just would have preferred a more genuine answer. Like, I will treat you. It's not, first of all, you know, and this is from someone that was a stepdad, right? You know, and prior to being a stepdad, I dated, you know, my ex-wife and got to know the kids. And it's not about financial. It's not about, you know, oh, if I get my kid 2 pairs of Jordans, then you get your kid 2 pairs of Jordans. It's about the love. It's about how you treat them, how you consider them. I think that's the biggest thing. And I just wish he would have said something more substantive than, you know, if they want 10, I get 10. It's like, okay, but is that really showing your care and how much you think about them? Because it's more than that. It's about your consideration for the kids too, right? So, you know, that was the only part that stuck out for me, was like, yeah, bro, I think you might just be capping a little bit on the 10 for 10.
Okay, well, with your little bit of pushback, I agree that he probably was giving a little rah-rah to James because James was on a number 10 at that time anyway. So that number was in his head, like, bro, you on 10. So yeah, your kid to get 10 and mine's to get 10 too. So I'll give you that. He had a little rah-rah pushback.
Got it. Fair.
But 10 Happy Meals. I'm done.
He said, "Oh, because the time." Listen, I mean, it was a bit wild, the comment. I'm not gonna lie to you about that. We can go into that in a second as well, and talk about that. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think he was a better fit for Mercedes. But I want to ask you guys as well. Obviously, Mercedes doesn't. It does feel like Mercedes probably doesn't fit Anthony, because I think becoming a stepmom is probably not on her list right now, which is actually fair. I wouldn't be mad at her for having that viewpoint as well. It did look like she was a little bit disappointed, I think, with her ex's donation that, you know, I think you should probably go after Anthony. I personally don't think she would have I think she would still choose Mark Anthony over Anthony, even if he didn't have a kid. Even if he didn't have a kid, I think she would still choose Mark Anthony over that. And I think she would still be just as disappointed that it's not Mark Anthony that the brother chose. At what point do we question? This is just a general question. At what point do we question, hypothetically, if Mercedes was to continue to go after Mark Anthony, and, you know, she's been warned that, you know what, I don't think the guy's actually serious about relationship. At what point do we question whether Mercedes actually wants a serious relationship, or whether she just wants a little bit of maybe a good time? Maybe she's still young, you know, maybe she wants to enjoy. Maybe she just wants to have a good time, potentially. So, you know, I want to ask that question. At what point do we, you know, look at Mercedes and be like, Mercedes, are you sure you actually want long-term relationship? I'm not saying you should choose Anthony, because I can understand he's got a kid. But at what point do we question that in this process per se? Maybe we don't question it at all. Maybe it's just, part of life. Anyone have any thoughts on that? As a question. Go for it, Sean.
Yeah, I think it's at a point where, because it's always good to take advice in, right? But you need to see those certain signs for yourself, because as much as people, can give you good advice, right? I think it's hard. It's maybe if it was from Mark Anthony's ex, I could take it more credibly, right? If Mark Anthony's ex came on there and said, yeah, he wasn't serious, and then it aligned with some things that she had already seen, right? Because we got to give people grace too. What is she seeing in her connection with Mark Anthony, right? What does their communication look like? Is he being intentional with her? Is he regularly communicating with her? And if those things are not happening, combined with now some of the information that she's getting, then yes, she should be able to kind of navigate her way out of that, right? But if not, then she's got to make her own decisions, right? So if she starts to see those signs, then I would say that's when she should start really taking heed to other people's advice combined with her own experiences with him.
My questions would be, do you want a long-term relationship or do you want a marriage for her? Because if she wants just the relationship and she'd be like, okay, down some time, maybe a marriage, but right now I just want the relationship part of it, then it's not to say that she can't be questioned now, but I won't take her as serious, like as her being real serious as far as marriage goes. Because I think right now they just told me that she's 31 in the chat. She's still young. And a lot of times at that age, this is where I'll give you guys where we do as women look at aesthetics a lot more when we're younger, because we're not really fully focused on marriage for the most of us. Some of us grow up wanting marriage, but the ones that are us that are not fully focused on marriage, the aesthetic parts of it, the sexual chemistry of it, the lust of it all attracts us more than the actual stability part of it. So I think that's where she's at right now, where she's in her mind sometimes. And then this is another thing we do as women. We sometimes know this person's not good for us, but we convince ourselves we can change this person. We can make this person our person. We can fix this person up because there's part of this person that I like. There's pieces of this person that I feel like I can learn from, but we're not seeing the whole big picture. We're just looking at those small little pieces in full focus. And we're thinking, yeah, I can make this happen with this person. I think with the fact that wants to aspiring to be a future flight pilot, and he is already kind of saying he's done it already or whatever. She's looking at that as, I see you as somebody I can grow with, I can learn from, we can make this power couple thing. She's looking into the future, but not actually looking at the person that she's looking to the future with. And I think we do that a lot of times. We look at the future and we blurry out the person that we're looking at. And so there's a figure there, but we're not actually seeing them for themselves. We're just seeing them in the picture that we want to see them for. And I think that's the phase that Mercedes is in, is that lust. I can see a future with you, but I'm not really looking at all of you to see the red flags, the things that you're telling me that you don't really want to be serious. You're not really about marriage. You're not about this, that, and the third that I need you to be for a healthy future. So she'll ride this wave with him. And then one day she'll wake up and say, you know what? This is not really what I want, because you're not giving me all that I actually need and want out of a partner. And then she'll look back at herself and really say like, oh, you know what? I kind of wasted my own time, because from the beginning, you were already showing me this is what you were on. And even if he told her straight out, sometimes we do this. Even if you tell us straight out, this is what I'm on, we ignore it. So he could easily tell her, yo, Ma, it's just a physical thing, whatever. But she's like, oh, okay. I'll go with it and stuff. And in her mind is, well, it'll be physical for now, but after so long, he gonna want to be mine. So she just got to be for real with herself at some point and say, what is it that I actually do want? And what time frame do I want it in? And if she don't want nothing for real, then right now she's just playing. And if she choose Mark Anthony, she just playing.
Okay. Anyone have any additions to that particular aspect? JR looks like he's ready, boy. Go for it.
Yeah. So I think she was disappointed in the ex's choice of who she should, aim her attraction to, because Mark Anthony's the one she's been smooching with. Like, they've had kisses quite a few times on that date that they went on after he kissed Jeffrey. So I think they're pretty much, I wouldn't say solid, but they know that they're there for each other like that. Like, they're both on the same page. I don't think that Anthony is a strong sexual connection for her or aesthetic enough more than Mark Anthony. And as you've alluded to, because he has a child, she's already said that she thinks that that would be a lot of responsibility at this age for her. And then third thing, she said that she's intimidated by how accomplished he is. Like, he's already there. She said that a few episodes back as well. So I think that's where the surprise came, because the ex chose Anthony over Mark Anthony, who she's got the real connection and the lust and the energy for. But I'm not mad at that. I actually think Mercedes probably does have a better chance of finding a connection with Mark Anthony at this stage. You don't see too much of them, but that's because I don't think there is too much to really, there's nothing salacious, there's nothing crazy, no beefs happening that involve them in particular. So yeah, like, if she is looking for a relationship, I would probably think she would be better off with Mark Anthony at this point. They seem to be starting from more or less a level playing field. I mean, I think he is slightly older by a couple of years, but that's not a problem. They both have a similar interest in being a pilot and all that air stuff that they do. So yeah, I'm quite sold that out of all of the contestants on the show, probably Mark Anthony and Mercedes have probably the best chance of having a relationship after the show finishes.
Appreciate it. Go for it, Lorraine.
I don't think that there's going to be any point at which she needs to really think about why she's going for Mark Anthony, because it depends on her experience. I don't think it's got anything to do with age, personally. I know when you're younger you have different priorities, but I think it depends also on your previous experiences, because you could be in your 30s and 40s and you haven't had the most experience when it comes to men. So I think that when you haven't had a lot of experience, you kind of go into it with more of like a potential kind of thing. So maybe she sees the potential within Mark Anthony and she likes the idea of him. He seems like he's got his stuff going on. He's a good looking lad, so she likes the idea of him. So she's kind of banking on that potential. And also, we spoke a bit about the pretty privilege aspect of it last week. He's a very good looking lad. So that means that he's going to get away with a lot of things. When I say get away, it means that we as women sometimes can be, well, if you don't have discernment, you can be very forgiving or ignore certain things when someone is quite good looking. So I don't think it's the fact that she doesn't see that maybe Mark Anthony isn't looking for something that's as serious right now. I think she's just ignoring it, because we all have intuition. You can sense certain things. She's choosing to ignore it. She's choosing to overlook it just because of the way that he looks and just because of his potential. And it's that want versus need thing. It's like when you're trying to lose weight or you want to have this body, right? You know that in order for that to happen, you need to diet, you need to eat a certain way, you need to go to the gym, right? But then you also want to eat your junk food. You need to eat healthy. So what you want sometimes doesn't really correlate to what you need. So Mark Anthony is what she needs, but not really what she. So Mark Anthony is what she wants, but not what she needs. But it all depends on her experience. Like, she has to go through this experience for her to understand that, oh, okay, he's got the potential, but he's not my person. I just don't think she's had that much experience when it comes to, like, serious relationships, and to understand what it takes to be in a relationship with somebody. So it all depends on the experience that she's had. And I don't think with her level of discernment, I mean, no disrespect, I don't think she's had a lot of experience when it comes to relationships.
Are you saying Mark Anthony has pretty privilege?
Absolutely. Like, when I was in my early 20s, like, I would have just literally forgotten everything. Yeah. Red flag, where? You know what I mean? When it comes to him, because he's beautiful. But when you have that discernment, you're like, that doesn't mean anything. But yeah, he definitely does have pretty privilege.
That's the first time I've heard a man having pretty privilege. So it just took me, it was a little funny. So I got you.
Sean, I'll be telling you all the men that have pretty, Morris Chestnut, Boris Kudrow. There's a lot of men that got this privilege, Sean. They get all. Listen, I'll jump in the whole relationship with Morris Chestnut right now if he want to. If his wife would be okay with it.
See, we ain't got it like that, Sean. We ain't got it like that. Okay.
Look, stay ready with Q said handsome privilege.
and that's okay. You can't have it all.
I'm sure there's some ladies out there that have pretty privilege. I mean, handsome privilege with you guys. They would break up their whole relationship for y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure.
Everybody has some level. I mean, everybody's a loose term, but everyone has some level of privilege, because there's someone that looks at you like you're the top fish. Now, that might be a small number compared to other people's. You might only have 2. All right, and you have to deal with the 2 that you got. Be responsible. Some people have 200. Some people have Morris Chestnut, which is millions. Okay, so it's everyone has just about their own people where they look at you as the big dog, or the guy that I've always liked. Now you may not like them, but that's a whole different story. You've got some privilege there as well. So
listen, Mark Anthony wouldn't get the privilege with me, so there, because I don't. He's nice looking, yeah. It's just not for me. So
that's fair.
One less person for Lorraine to fight while I'm over here fighting all of Morris Kudrow's millions. I mean, the Morris Kudrow, look, I done made a whole new man.
She said, combine the 2. Morris Kudrow's. That's how the pretty privilege got you messed up. Soph, what's your thoughts?
I was thinking about the guy on Harlem. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the show Harlem or P Valley? I'll get back to it. But he has definitely pretty privilege, or handsome privilege.
You're talking about he's from the Haves and Haves Nots too, the Tyler Perry show.
Yes.
Tyler,
yep, Tyler
Gal said it. Tyler Lepley.
Yeah, yes, he definitely.
Tyler Lepley. Yeah, he's very good looking.
Goodness.
No, I'm not gay.
Pull a picture of him, because I have no clue who this man is. I'm so sorry. I feel
he's like a little Drake.
Google him, Jay.
He's like a little Drake.
Okay, y'all said a little Drake. Wait, Drake, buff Drake or skinny Drake? Which
Jay don't like light-skinned guys, though.
I do. I just told you, Morris Kudrow. I can name you a few light-skinned guys I do like. Okay, they are.
He's a buff Drake.
He's a very buff Drake. Okay, yeah. And he tans well too. But
yeah, he's got a little edge on him. Anyway, sorry.
Listen, because I was almost on Prison Bay for a hot second too. Like, I'll go to
Oh my God,
you're funny.
No.
He's with what's her face? They either had a baby or had
Miracle Watts.
Yeah.
Miracle Watts.
Yeah. I think they have a baby together.
I love my Miracle Watts. Okay, I know who it is now. I seen him with her. Okay, I didn't know he was an actor. Okay, I know who it is.
He is now.
Well, he's
Go
not,
for it,
he's not
Soph.
that attractive because he's with Miracle, and I love me and my Miracle. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, let's get back to the show, right? So, Mercedes and Mark Anthony, I do believe they're on the same level of, hey, did I say something? Okay.
It's me. I'm being toxic. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. So I think they're on the same level. I think they're both looking for like fun, definitely find each other attractive. I don't think Mark Anthony is serious. I think if Mercedes was about 5 or 6 years older, or she might look back and be like, Anthony might have been the best match if she was interested in getting married, right? Or somebody that might offer her a more stable lifestyle, or ready to get, started in life, husband and wife and children lifestyle. But she's not at that level. And I think I agree with JR that said, yeah, at this time they're in the same, they're equally yoked to a certain degree, right? They both don't have children. They're both, in their mid-careers, or they're in the same field. They have a lot in common, and they have a lot that can help them get to the next level. Now, do they have the same goals? I think that's where they're going to have to discover all of that as they, hook up or start dating. I don't know. They might have what it takes to make them last long. I think they have a lot more in common than her and Anthony. But when you look at it logically and with some discernment, and if you're older and have been through life, and you might say to Mercedes, if she was your sister, honey, go with Anthony instead of Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony has a lot of choices, and he still seems like he's playing the field. And, he's interested in a lot of women on in Jeffrey, in her. He's very flirtatious. I'm sure, the more women he meets, the more options he has. So he might not make her his one and only. Yeah. So that is my opinion on that.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Soph. All right, cool. Let's Sean, did you have your say on this topic? I think you really had to say, right? Okay, cool. All right, so everyone's had to say, we're going to shift it again. Obviously to the famous scene with James. James came to town, the ex of Cynthia, and he laid it down. He put the smack down on somebody. Let's have a little look. Are you?
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you for coming. Andre, this is James.
What's going on, brother? What's up? Everything good, man? Yeah. How's it going, man? All right. So you were...
So, Master James came through, the ex of Cynthia, a baby father as well. And he had quite a bit to say, or at least quite a bit to question with Andrew, and questioned him and put him on the spot, and then put Anthony on a little bit on the spot as well. I wanted to know, what's your thoughts on James's performance on the Broadway stage, because he seemed to be putting on quite a pantomime on this particular part of the show. So I want to let you guys know, what's your thoughts about James's performance in questioning the men? Was it the right thing to do? Is it going to cost Cynthia relationships in the future? Do you think he was putting on 2 on 10 in this episode? Do you think that's not normally him? What's your overall thoughts about James's performance in this part? Look, JR looks stressed, so I'm going to go to JR, because JR looks like he rubbed his forehead like he's stressed. That James, like, did James question you, JR? I'm just trying to figure out, because you rubbed your head like he did.
Yeah, I think James was basically puffing his chest up, trying to say, listen, like, you guys have to impress me too. Why? Because I've got 2 kids with her. So any of you bozos that get chosen, you're going to have to be around my kids. So I want to make sure that she's not no fling. So that's why I think he was particularly asking questions about their relationships, whether they were serious or not. and when was their last fling, right? And he latched on to Andre quick because Andre was trying to give him a lot of fluff, talking about his accomplishments and where he's appeared in magazines and how much he earns and all that type of stuff. And he was, you know, calling him out on it. He was holding him back. He was trying to draw him back to the initial question. Like, listen, I want to know about your flings. I don't want to hear about your work history and your career and all that stuff. That's not what I asked you. I think that flustered Andre. And so James won that. Like that mental battle right there, Andre could have handled that a lot better. He got riled up. And I think, obviously, he didn't expect James to be coming at him like that. But James did distribute the smoke. Like, he actually turned around to Anthony, and he tried to come at him too. It's just that Anthony handled it a lot better, a lot different. And even still, like, when Anthony made these excuses and left, he did it in a way where he was like, listen, you know, I know why I'm here. I know what my connection is. You got something to say to me, then you'd have to see me after the show when I'm with her in real life. You know, that's what I kind of took from that. Now, James, I don't think he was necessarily coming at it from 100%, you know, how can I say? I don't think he was coming to bring the peace. I think he was coming to ruffle some feathers. I don't think he's necessarily got a bad thing to say about Cynthia, because I didn't hear him say anything bad about Cynthia. It was particularly focused on these guys that she's choosing. And I don't even think it comes from a place of, I want her back. It was more like, you know what? Like, she's got my kids. So you guys have to show me how you're going to show up with her because she got my kids.
Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. Okay. Who would like to go next? Sean looks disinterested. Let's go for Sean. Go for it, Sean.
Yeah. No disinterest. I'm just, you know, trying to think about what my complete thoughts were. But I don't know why he was coming in so hot. I really don't, you know, I didn't get it. And I actually felt bad for Andre because he was just like trying to handle the questions that was coming his way as best as he could. And, you know, I think unfortunately it's very difficult to deal with when you have somebody that you're meeting for the first time, you know, coming in so hot with you. You know, that's when we need David's line, you know, just bring the strength down in the room, because it was like, why are you attacking every single person? You know, now I see it's one thing if, you know, you heard something or something transpired, but at the end of the day, bro, like, what are you coming in so hard for? Now, look, Andre's hair confuses me every time I look at it. So maybe that just took him out. You know, he could understand how many different, you know, genres of hairstyles the old boy had going on, from the curlicue to the mohawk to the slick back to the cowlick. He had it all going on at one time. So I don't know. Maybe that just rubbed James the wrong way. But I don't understand why he had to just, you know, coming so hard. And then it was like he kind of liked tussling a little bit with Anthony. And then when Anthony was ready to go, he was, you know, he wanted him to stay. Come on. It's too much. It's too much. So I think that if this were me, I would definitely not want to move forward with Cynthia, because stepdads, you know, we got it. We don't have it easy, you know? And if this is what I got to deal with, yeah, it's a no for me. You know, that's a lot to have to deal with that person. And it's not a confidence thing. It's just, who wants the headache of that? That guy is a lot to deal with. And then I got to worry about trying to win him over and be friends with him. I don't want it. You know, and that's unfortunate because Cynthia seems like a good woman, a good catch. But if I got to deal with this dude every time we're doing drop-offs and pickups, that's too much. Because at a certain point, it's like you're gonna get annoyed, and then you're gonna get the real me at a certain point. And either I'm just gonna not have energy, or I'm gonna say something slick to you, and then it's just gonna escalate unnecessarily. So I just feel like she almost ruined her chances with some of the guys by bringing him on. I would have found someone a little more level-headed, a little more even-keeled. You know how he is. She has to know. She has to know he's, his gun is locked and loaded. So she should have definitely brought somebody else. That's what I think.
Appreciate that, Sean. Thank you. Jay, talk to me. What are you saying?
I don't agree with Sean on the last part that she should have brought somebody else. This is the person who's going to be around your kids. That's their father. Regardless of the fact, whoever's going to be in her life is going to have to get to know this person. I'm not going to say deal with his personality, but they're going to have to interact because she wants somebody to have a blended family with. And so even if that other person doesn't have kids, they're still going to have interactions with the kid. Now, do I think James was putting 10 on 2 and he was acting extra? Yes, I do probably agree with you, Sean, that he's seen that hair and he was just like, this dude ain't serious, so I'm not about to be serious either right now, okay? Because the first thing he walked up, it was like, not the dude with the shag, like, so I'm saying, like, he seen that and was like, oh, I'm about to act a whole fool up in here. Because if he coming in like this and you want me to be serious, yeah, no, it ain't about to happen. But I do feel like he wants the respect of the man that is going to be in her life and vice versa. And because the way Anthony stood up, that's why he was asking him, no, let's stay. I need some more or whatnot. Because he couldn't peg nothing on Anthony as much as he was trying to. He was really trying to, but he wanted to see who was actually serious to be with her. Because he even made the comment, after all I put her through, I want her to have something nice. So he actually owns up to that. He lost him something good. And he's like, I don't want just anybody with the mother of my child putting her through hell, and my kids get hell too. And on top of it, I don't know, I'm not a man. I don't know how y'all feel, but if I was a man, I don't want any man coming into my children's life raising them. And I'm kind of the same way as a woman. I don't want any woman coming into my child's life raising them. So I'm not going to give you the same smoke that, of course, he gave them. But I'm going to vet you out a bit to see what type of mentality you have, if it's even strong enough to be lined up with mine, so we can be on the same page of, if I say, this is how I want my child to be disciplined, or if this is how I want my child to be raised, or if this, that, and the third, we have to have a communication with each other. We can be doing that respectfully. And I just really, with Andre, I don't really think he respected him at all. Sometimes when you present yourself certain way, sometimes certain people lose respect. And unfortunately, with that hairstyle that Andre has, not saying he's a bad person and he's not respectable, but some people will automatically look at him and say, you're not a serious person just because of this hairstyle. So I think that was his beef with Andre. And then on top of it, Andre keeps talking about the job and everything, but not really having a real relationship. And another thing that I probably set James off to the fullest with Andre too, is when he sat there and he had asked him, damn, that thought just left in my head that quickly. He had asked Andre, if it come back to, sorry, I'm cussing. If it come back to me later on, I remember, because he asked Andre something, and the answer that Andre kind of give, it was more so like, I'm in Forbes or whatever, so I'm gonna choose the woman. Yeah. I need a certain choice of a woman on me and stuff. Like, bro, what do you mean? Like, this is a good woman right here. Yeah, like you're not giving me serious with an answer like that. So I don't know. I would have been kind of set off, but I don't agree with how he was actually acting, because I really feel like the way he was really acting is, I still want this lady back, and if I can't help you, nobody else will. That's really what he was giving. Like, he's going to be a disruption for any one person that she brings around. And I hope this was just the act for the TV camera in this time right now. And that's not him in real life, that she got to deal with this on a regular, because sis is never going to have a real healthy relationship with him acting out like this. She's gonna have to really put some boundaries up and tell him to chill out for real. So I hope that they have a situation where she can actually do that, and this is not him like for real, and he's just presenting because the cameras was on.
Definitely hear that, Soph.
Yeah, I do remember when he said Andre was like, she's a strong woman. He's like, what do you like about her? She's a strong woman. And James was like, how do you know that's not an act? And later on, when James also said, I met Cynthia when she was innocent. She was very young, and you know, I did basically he didn't do right by her. Either she said it or he said it. And so he kind of, I feel like he has this like authoritarian role in her life, like almost like a fatherish figure, because you know the way he was interrogating, it was reckless, it was out of order, but he did sniff Andre out. He did. You know, Andre comes off as a salesman, and I've been trying to figure it out. Even when I saw him with Jeffrey, it's like, man, you're not genuine. Like you're playing this awesome role of this knight, and you know, this knight, this amazing prince with a great body and nice personality. I can't even figure out where his accent is from. I was just asking the group, is he Jamaican? Is he Dominican? Like, I don't know too much about him, but he's always pitching and selling himself. And I think I saw on Twitter, he did make Forbes, and I think he had like a dispensary. He had some machine that sold cannabis, like a vending cannabis machine, and that's why he was in Forbes magazine. And so I feel like he's in that role of salesman. This is his brand. He's growing it because he's playing the same role with most of these women. So when James saw him coming, he was like, oh no. He was like, I don't agree with James's approach. He was over the top. He came in there trying to stir the pot with all the men. I don't know if he's still interested in Cynthia. That is the mother of his children. I'm sure he loves her, but I feel like he has more of a fatherly, I don't know. I see something there that was kind of weird because he was like, you don't know how she is. He might have had more control over her as a young person, and he still kind of holds that role in her life. And she lets him. That's a safe place for her to be. Now that they've broken up, you know, she's like, you know, I'm gonna need your help to help me find a new guy, possibly. They might have that type of friendship, and he's gonna always look out for her. He's gonna be the father of her kids, and he might be her play daddy. You never know. I mean, that's the kind of, you know, that's what I'm getting there. But I'm glad he kind of sniffed out Andre. Andre had to go. You know, there was a point where Andre, you know, he wasn't able to keep up with, he could have just kind of turned the conversation around. He could have looked at the man in his eyes and asked him questions, or told him to tone it down a bit, change the subject. But he wasn't able to do all that. He couldn't hold his own because there's a facade. There might, you know, there was a layer of him not being so genuine. And I think Cynthia saw that, and she was happy. She was like, okay, well, you sniffed him out. Now Anthony is here, and, you know, he held his ground, but he's like, I'm getting out of here before I let you even think that you're going to you're going to run me off. So yeah, he did. He came with daddy energy, protective energy. If he met her when she was young, maybe he took her in, and maybe I don't know. We can't speculate, but he might have been her protector at one point, and that led them to have children. But that doesn't mean they were meant to be in a relationship. So that's the kind of position he holds in her life. Because she was very comfortable in the way he was interrogating these men. She allowed it, and she was like, I'm good. Go ahead. You know, sift them out for me. And you might have that type of energy towards your uncle, your brother, your father, you know, men in your family. It's like, yeah, come through, you know, please vet him out for me. I think I found, you know, somebody that I might be interested in dating. What do you all think? That's the kind of vibe I got. More like blood family than ex-boyfriend, husband, or baby daddy, or somebody that, the position that he actually holds. Yeah, that's my take on that.
Can I just add something? So I take it they had that date with James, like the ex, before Andre was with Jeffrey at his house with her, right? Because if that's the case, then James was right, because Andre was smooching on Jeffrey, taking her to the balcony, arm on the hip, like acting like they're about to start a romantic relationship. So if he's feeling Jeffrey like that, then James was right. Why have that type of guy around Cynthia if he's not really feeling her more than he's feeling Jeffrey?
Thank you, JR. I just remember that other thing he said too. He was like, basically, I don't know if I'll be on her tomorrow. Remember when he told, oh boy, like he told Cynthia, yeah, tomorrow, I don't know. We just trying to figure out right now because tomorrow I might not even like her. So like, dude, you come at my baby daddy like that, and you be like, well, tomorrow I don't even like. Well, get out. You wasted all of our time because we got kids. Like, we got real stuff going on. We don't have time to be playing with people. She wants something serious. That's what she wants. Like, like, dude, go on. You and your Fortune 500, your Forbes 500, and all that stuff you buy.
I'm sorry, I was going to say something, but Lorraine, did you get a chance to speak?
You can go for it, Sean. I'll bring her in after if you want. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I just feel like this is another. You can be right, but your methods are wrong. And I just don't feel like we can justify the way he talked to people, no matter how right he might have been, and no matter how spot on he might have been at picking up some of the character traits. I think a good friend, if that's what he wants to be to Cynthia, right, and helping to suss out some of these men, would be to talk to her behind the scenes, right? Ask them some difficult questions, like even Liz's ex, although he was intense, he wasn't rude and he wasn't obnoxious. And James was rude and James was obnoxious. And to me, it seemed more of like a pissing contest to try to assert himself. And again, as a man, that's not something that I would want to have to deal with constantly. And it doesn't set Cynthia up for success in relationships. Be right back.
Good Lord took him away.
I hear what Sean's saying, but James ain't here to make sure she got a healthy relationship with anybody else. So go ahead, Lorraine.
That was too funny.
Yeah, when she introduced him and she said that was the father of her children, I thought, you know what, I like this. I like the fact that they have a good enough co-parenting relationship that you can bring him on a dating show, like, because a lot of statistics, I guess, in the Black community is that, baby mothers and baby daddies probably don't have the best relationship. So this was a really positive narrative to put on the screen. So that was my first thought. I really, really liked that. And then he started talking and I was like, okay, James, trying to do up James from, James and Patrick from Power. Like, what are you doing? You let me down because I had hope for you yet, sir. What is this? When Andre, he hadn't even sat down and then he was like, speak up. I was like, who are you talking to? Me too. I would have been riled up. Like, who are you? Speak up. Am I a child? Am I your child? Sir, I am not one of you and Cynthia's children. You better relax. I was so triggered when he said that. Speak up. I can't. So I think that really put Andre on a difficult position, because I think he was trying, bless him, to be like, yeah, oh yes, you know, ask me anything, but James had made a decision that this is the role that I'm going to play today. For me to get that role on this show, I'm going to need to play the aggressor. I'm going to need to do all of these things. So Andre did not have a chance coming in. But when he made that comment of like, you know, oh, I just like Cynthia because she's a strong woman, I thought, oh, relax. You too, Andre, relax. You're not going to be up here calling no black woman strong. Oh my God. That really grinds my gears when men feel like calling a woman strong is a compliment. No, that is not a personality trait that you need to be calling me strong. So when James said you don't know if that's a facade, and the way that he said it, I get it, was not the best, but that is not a compliment. I just knew from then. Everything that he said afterwards was confirmation. But when he first said that, I was like, yeah, you're not it. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. You know? But James, I just feel like this was not a good look in terms of you and Cynthia's co-parenting relationship, because you're supposed to come up as a united front. Yeah, I'm not going to go on a dating show. I'm going to bring my baby daddy on there and then he's going to embarrass me, because I'm sorry, you're a representation of me as well. So the way that you're acting is going to make me look bad. And the fact that she sat there and she took it. Cynthia is usually good with like facial expressions. Usually when someone is saying something or doing something that is not probably the best, she can usually do like but she was just like, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, baby daddy. You got this. Go ahead. I'm just like, no. Obviously you don't want to show friction, that you don't agree. But I think you need to show that this is not okay. You cannot be acting like this. You cannot be talking to people like this. It is disrespectful. Okay? So if you're going to be allowing him to speak to these men like this, no man is going to want to be a part of that. I don't care how secure you are. I don't care how assertive that you are as a man. You're not going to voluntarily want to put yourself in a situation where you're going to be in a combative situation, because it's going to be a blended situation. You want to be able to get on. He could have done that in a different way. He could have shown up for Cynthia in a positive way. He could have shown up for her and asked all these hard-hitting questions, but being respectful. But he woke up that day and he said, I'm going to choose violence. Bang, 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 bang. I'm coming for all of yous. I was like, no, James St. Patrick, we're not having that. We're not having that. So I was not impressed. I had high hopes. I thought, this is a good look for us. This is an excellent look for us, that you've brought not only a recent ex, but your baby. That is a huge thing. That is and they dropped the ball. They absolutely missed the mark. So that's how I feel about that.
Can I also add, Lorraine, when he kept going, she kept drinking. If you notice, right? And she actually said, she needs, she needs some more shots, or like she needed to drink in order to bring herself to a calmer level, because he's so off the chain. Now that, if you think about it in a relationship, it's like, how high stress is he that she has to get a drink, here and there, 2 shots of Patron, she said at the end, just to, I need a drink because you're too much to handle, right? So that's a bad sign too, maybe why their relationship didn't work out. Like, if you need to take something to bring you to a different level because you got to deal with his hothead, that, that shows conflict.
I definitely hear you. I think James was doing way too much. I think James was doing way too much for my own liking, to be honest, in terms of the way he went about it. I think he had every right to question. I think he just took his job a little bit too seriously, just a little bit too seriously. He could have gone about it a different way. But I get it. He was putting pressure on the boys to see how they would handle the pressure. My only backfiring of this is that, he is an ex, not her dad. So when you put that pressure that way, it can come off really wrong, right? Especially when your ass has not been good either. you don't get to start putting pause on me when your ass couldn't treat her correctly either. And then you're treating me bad because you know how badly you treat her. Sir, that's not what we're not gonna do. Okay. So and I think even the question in itself, I mean, listen, I get it. He was asking questions, but what was he really asking? What was he really asking? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, what was he really, what was his answers really
Stupid
getting?
ask questions, really, because I'm like, why are you asking about how many women they've been with and all this stuff like that? What does that got to do with any damn thing? Like,
Because he doesn't know what he's doing. That's the point, because he doesn't know what he's doing. Why? Do you know why? Because he himself hasn't finished being who he's meant to be. So here, how is he going to ask good questions if you haven't finished being the bad boy you're meant to be? So, like, if I think, I listen, I've got no problem with people putting a bit of pressure on. I just think there's a respectful way to do it. But when you start belittling and insulting before we even get to the table, I'm not about it. You know, when you start saying he's the one with the shag on his head, that's when I said, okay, it's going downhill. Then you start doing, you know, can you talk up? That's where we're starting to have problems. I listen, some people will like it because he's putting pressure on them and it exposes people, and it does expose Andre, and it exposed him. I'm not gonna lie to you, it exposed him because he started talking gibberish. I don't know what he was talking about, his accolades and his Forbes, and how that had anything to do with the relationship. But in reality, how he went about, and he might say, well, you know, I got the job done. At the end of the day, you got the results. But my thing is that what impression have you made now? Right? Because if there is a decent man, I'm thinking twice. Why would I want to go through this whole situation with old boy here? And if this is how he's behaving, and he could even be pretending, but how would I know? You know what I mean? How would I know that he's not just pretending and this is how he's going about it? Right? As much as Anthony was calm, if you heard the way he left the table, he was not calm. I'm sorry, he was not calm. The way he said, but get my number for her, it started off cool. But when he ended it with, you know what, get a number and we'll talk and you know, what do you say? I'll be here whenever I need to be. And I was like, yeah, I said, yeah, he's obviously pissed off. He's obviously pissed off, but he's not going to say he's pissed off. He's acting really calm, which is Anthony's disposition all the time. But the reality is he was a bit pissed off. So this method can work, but what it does do is it can scare off genuine competitors who generally would want to treat Cynthia right. And I think for me personally, I think Cynthia's a really loving, she seems, from what I've seen, a really, you know, bubbly, kind of warm kind of person. And she met someone like James, who is also bubbly, but clearly he's, you know, has a past of being a prick. And, you know, at least he looks after his kids. So maybe she doesn't want to mess that relationship up. Do you know what I'm saying? But I think the grilling went a little bit too far. It wasn't as bad, but it was giving, whose season was it where they grilled the person differently? It was about 2 seasons ago. I think they grilled someone. Sabrina grilling, what's his name? Oh boy, I can't remember his name now.
Demetrius or Tori?
No.
Walter.
No, it was not. That's not Topaz. No Paz. Sabrina.
Sabrina's friends with
Yeah.
Walter?
Oh man,
it was Walter.
No, it wasn't. It was
the guy that got kicked off.
Sean. It was Sean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sean. Yeah,
Sean. It wasn't as bad as that because they literally fired Sean. They actually gave him bullets, but it was like similar to that kind of thing. It was like, if you're gonna do this, make sure number one, you are getting the right information. You need to get out of the situation, and two as well, you should have an ending. And he didn't really have an ending because he was still firing as they were leaving. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like there's no conclusion to your firing, and stuff. But personally, again, like I said, I think it's a question.
I think it was worse than Sabrina's friends. Yeah, because he was rude. He told Andre to speak up. That's rude as hell. Within 2 seconds of me sitting down, you telling me to speak up, not I can't hear what you're saying or excuse me. Speak up. That's rude.
He was ego tripping in that moment and stuff. Because like I say, I think he's a person who really messed up with Cynthia and he just don't want her to be with anybody else. Like, seriously, that's what it was really given. And I think, seriously, it showed a lot on Cynthia in this moment because a simple, hey, chill out. like you doing a lot. You don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't be rude. A simple little something, any type of boundary she could have put up. But, you know, like everybody's been saying, she could just continue to let him do it. So that's where the problem lies, is because she doesn't have a boundary with him. And so no matter who comes along, even with the Andre being like, you're not gonna check me, boo, at the end of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with that, like you said, Sean, somebody's going to get tired of it, because she has to put a boundary up with him to say, you need to respect this person that I have in my life. Respect the fact that I made a good choice here. And this is a good dude, and he treats me and your children right. So until that wall comes up, he going to keep acting like this. If this is his true stuff, he going to keep acting like this.
Yeah, but the reason why it's not going to happen is because they have a partnership already established with those two kids. So she's not going to check him. They've been working together to raise those kids for a couple of years, I take it. Now, look, he probably took one look at Andre and just thought, this guy's a playboy. He's a clown. Where's he going looking like that? I mean, he's got the suit on and everything, but can't take him serious. And I think when he was like, you know, speak louder, he was trying to gain some respect. He was trying to say, listen, like, when you talk to me, you're going to have to respect me. So let me come in here with no fluff, no salesman talk. Speak louder so I can hear you. Talk to me like a man. What are your intentions with Cynthia? Like, that's what I think you're trying to get across. May not agree with the approach, but again, like if we were in a similar situation where we had a partner, a former partner who's got our kids, we're not probably going to be like laughing and joking with the guys that she's bringing around if we don't see them as anything significant. Like, so we'll probably be quite stern and serious too, because we've got our kids with this woman, right? So in that situation, I get it. The approach may have been OTT, like over the top, but at the end of the day, like I said, they have a partnership, so she can't check him. She could have said something, but she chose not to, because that's who she's riding with. That's who she knows. That's who she got the kids with, and she trusts his judgment. That's the important thing. The reason why she bought him is because being a man in her life, his perspective is going to be significant to how she views either one of these two guys. So let's be real. Like, when he took a dislike to Andre, you could see straight away there was a level of hostility that wasn't distributed to Anthony, but he still gave Anthony smoke too, because he's trying to vet him. I don't think there's any personal beef. They still dapped each other up and all of that stuff. So yeah, like, it may have been the wrong approach, like I said, but like, at the end of the day, it's a serious thing. If any of these two guys end up with Cynthia, they're going to have to take on him and his children as well. So he's part of the equation.
Yeah. I think it just goes back to my original point, is there's not too many people, too many men especially, that are going to want to deal with that. Right. You know, so I just think Cynthia needs to be very clear and conscious about who and when she puts people in front of James, and then setting very clear boundaries with James, right? Because I don't need to disrespect another man to assert myself as a man, right? You know, like, I don't think that's necessary. I don't need to be disrespectful. I don't need to be rude to assert myself, or to for that other man to know the level of seriousness that I have about my children. You know, I think it actually does the opposite, because I can't take you serious, because I can't even have a genuine conversation. So what it tells me is that, God forbid, and things will, you know, go wrong, or things will happen with children. And if I can't have a reasonable conversation with you, that's going to be problematic. If you're acting like this at the first meeting, you're already on 10. What's going to happen when something happens? I just think he's going to fly off the handle. He doesn't have any emotional control. And for me, looking at that, it's not something I would want to deal with because the person is unpredictable and it shows a level of immaturity. And I think for her, if she's really seriously considering any of these guys, before she introduces them, one, she needs to have a conversation with them about what they're about to walk into so that they don't go into it blindly. And then two, have a conversation with him. Look, they can manage and raise their kids together. Fine. They clearly broke up, right? So there were some issues in the relationship. So she should be able to have a conversation like, hey, listen, what just happened here? You know, absent the shots, maybe she needs the shot to soften the blow about what she needs to tell him. But hey, look, what you just did right there, it's not cool, right? And I get and I respect that you want to ask questions. And I know that you want to understand who these men are that are going to be in your children's lives. But that's not the way to go about it. So, you know, all those things need to be at play because otherwise it's just you're gonna have two men who are gonna then start to solve things on their own because that's what will ultimately happen.
Any other points on that? No? Okay, cool. I mean, I definitely hear you, Sean, as well. So I'm not gonna lie to you. None of us, man, are gonna really take that. So, you know, I think Cynthia should just, you know, set some decent boundaries with him. I'm hoping it was just a joke. I'm in my head, part of me thinking that, you know what, when I say joke, I think they might have seen it a bit more lightheartedly. Cynthia might have seen it from a lighthearted perspective, but unfortunately, Andre didn't take it quite lightheartedly. So I hope that, you know, that's not the. I don't think that's a usual relationship. I think Cynthia just allowed him to grill, maybe to kind of see where they were at, or whatever. But then it also just says a little bit about Cynthia. You know, like a man to put a bit of pressure on. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what you like. So it's interesting. You know, it's interesting. I don't wanna, you know, be too harsh on Cynthia, but I definitely think she should put some boundaries in there. Just because other men will literally be looking at her like she's crazy for allowing her baby daddy to speak the way he's speaking. But he does have some say because he is a baby daddy and father of her kids, so I should say. And, you know, he will, you know, be communing with whoever man decides to be with her as well. So it's also an important part of a relationship. So I can't be mad at it. You know what I mean? But James, if you're watching this, brother, chill. Okay, figure out your questions, ask them, be more specific and be more accurate with it to get the answers you need out of it. Let's not turn it into a fiesta. You understand? Yeah. All right, cool. Let's shift it then. Let's go to second to important thing of the night. Jeffrey. Okay, Jeffrey. All right, cool. Let's get a little clip up and let's go.
A really, really important part on the journey. It really shows a lot of true colors. It opens up a lot of layers. You have multiple connections.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, if you cannot.
Why she looks like she's about to cry? I don't understand why she looks like she's about to cry in this instance. Don't even make sense. Anyway, listen, let's talk about Jeffrey. Let's get your thoughts in there. Because obviously, clearly, this was an interesting situation. She got 12-year relationship. She got a 3-year relationship that she had. Neither guy are involved in the kid's life. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was thinking about it, asking myself questions like, why is it that, you know, we haven't seen the first guy in 6 years? Why is it the second person too? You know, he's gone missing too. I just don't understand that because 12 years is a very long time, and you had that kid in between as well. So something must have gone wrong. That part, the second one I can kind of get because if he wasn't involved from the very beginning, then yeah. But the first one was a bit weird because it was like, hold on a minute. The first one was a bit weird because it's like, wait, hold on a minute. You were together for 12 years and the kid's been around for a certain amount of years. What made him not want to be around for the last 6 years? Something's happened there, you know? But again, there's always stories that happen in that respect. So I don't know. What's you guys' thoughts on the Jeffrey situation? Let me know your thoughts on that as well. Let me know your thoughts. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go first, baby? Yeah, why have you got your hands like that, like you're about to pray? Go for it.
Okay, so I called this one. I knew there would be no X showing up for Jeffrey. I knew that. I called it. I telegraphed it. It was kind of obvious. All right, so she managed to get out of that. But what I found interesting is when Tommy said to go and speak to your connections and let them know the situation, she bought Blue and she bought Mark Anthony. There was no Andre in sight. Right? Andre was not at the table. So she broke that down to Blue and Mark Anthony. On the date with Andre at his house, she didn't mention, I don't think she mentioned that. She mentioned how good the chicken tastes, how well it was seasoned, how nice the plate looked. But I didn't hear her break down about the two, fathers of her children. So Jeffrey is trying to collect connections. I think that, I thought up until this episode that a lot of them are superficial because they seem to change every single week as to who she vibes with the most. Like she cut Blue loose. She cut DeMario before that. So now she is focusing on Andre. Now, it was brought to my attention earlier this evening about her facial expressions. And I did see them a few weeks ago, but I was reminded of her actual expressions when Andre was brought back to the group after he caught the COVID. And she seemed to be, not happy, or there was no real celebration in that at all. Quite stone-faced. Now, I took that to mean that she now is thinking, oh no, I've got DeMario, I've got Blue, I've got Mark Anthony. Now you're going to add Andre into the mix. So there's a little bit of, oh man, maybe she's got too many connections now. But as I say, she's quite comfortable dropping them out every week the moment she sees something that she doesn't like. So there's nothing serious there. She kissed Mark Anthony last week. And, I thought that was going to be a meaningful kiss. He went and kissed Mercedes afterwards. So that kind of dispelled that. This week, she kissing Andre. Nothing wrong with it. If they feel like they like each other like that, then go for it. Out of all of the guys that she has a connection with, I think Andre is probably more up for the challenge of Jeffrey than probably the other guys are. I say that because Mark Anthony has already told the other ladies that he doesn't want kids, and they've used that as a reason to put him down in their votes. Blue, obviously, we know he didn't have no number ones. He said he's number twos. He's got 2 number twos and no number ones. So he wasn't putting Jeffrey up there like that either. So he's gone home. So yeah, the only person I can think of left that she has a connection with is Andre, other than Mark Anthony. And I think Mark Anthony goes with Mercedes. So yeah, Andre's probably her best shot. And they definitely went for it this episode. He was all spoon feeding her and everything. And I know people have mentioned about the diagnosis that she disclosed to Mark Anthony last week. That's got nothing to do with how wide you can open your mouth to eat food. It's actually how you digest and process the food as it goes in and what type of foods you eat. But yeah, I just still get the fake vibe from her. I don't see any saving grace. But I think, like I said, Andre might be the perfect guy for her on this show. I'll rest my case for now.
Of all the languages you could have chose, you chose violence. I don't understand why that last one. Why you needed to end with violence with your last point, and it was just so blunt. It was. It was just so blunt. Yeah, I hear you. I'm not even lying to you.
I got to give the people what they want, man. They want an honest assessment, bro.
We were all
Yo.
thinking it.
Oh man, that was hilarious. I'm so sorry. No, I definitely hear you, and I'm not disagreeing with your point of view in that regard. So yeah, definitely hear you. Sophie, go for it.
How do I follow that? So yeah, everyone has a different perspective of Jeffrey, right? Which kind of leads you to believe that there's an act that's going on, because not everyone's able to label her. The voice, the persona, again, is acting, it's putting on a display of how she wants to be perceived more than who she really is. She's interested in all of the men that she interacts with. That's what I noticed. I don't think she favors one more so than the other. This time, Andre, she's like, oh, that's my husband. That's, I mean, it was just so quickly, so fast. You make grand gestures and statements like that. Sometimes we could be in love with the idea of romance. We could be in love with the idea of what it should look like to play out some type of a scene in a movie, right? And you got the cameras rolling, you have the situation. She might be caught up in that mindset. I don't think she's genuine. I don't get genuine, like I'm displaying who I am openly and I'm here looking for love. I don't see that, because everyone has a different perspective about her. Everyone has a different one person likes her, another person does not, another person thinks she's fake. Yes, there's a facade, there might be some fakeness. The voice, just that there, yeah. I felt like her voice got squeakier this episode. It was it was very, very hard to watch. It was cringy to watch her and Andre. And he plays the whole salesman role. So both of them were kind of like acting on a scene, right? Acting out a scene, I should say, on the balcony, and after sunset, making dinner. It felt like a movie. It didn't seem real. It felt like they were both acting. I think she probably needs to unpack a lot of her last two relationships with the fathers of her children, and before jumping in and figure out what you really want. Figure out what type of husband you want. Figure out what type of life you want, and and move from there. I don't think she's figured it out. I think she's jumped into a dating pool, and it's like, man, all these options, they all look good, and she's kind of sampling from the platter rather than choosing one. So yeah, she's definitely giving a lot of red flags. A lot of the gossiping and the defacing of people's names has definitely come from her. If you are insecure, or you don't know, or don't have a compass, you can kind of create chaos around you. The chaos that's within you might come out around you. So again, that's my perspective. I'm speculating. I hope that she centers herself and kind of takes a step back and say, okay, what is it that I want? What fits well in my lifestyle with my children? Where do I see this the next 5-10 years? Not just say, hey, this man looks so good, this is my husband. Like, think about it first. Think it through. Get some advice from your friends. Test him out. Is that what he wants? Is this so, I thought it was very childish.
I hear you loud and clear, so I hear you loud and clear. All right, Lorraine.
Yeah, so when she stayed behind to talk to Tommy and just basically say, I'm not bringing any exes, I was like, this is staged, because surely before these people come on, they have to select the people that they're going to bring on for the show, no? Like, surely production would have told these people, who are you bringing on? It should be mandatory that you have to bring on an ex. So I just thought that it wasn't fair for the rest of the women. Like, if I have to bring my ex on here and have the possibility of, you know, him saying something embarrassing, you know, doing something embarrassing like James or the other ex, like, everybody should just get the same kind of treatment. So I didn't like that. I thought that it was kind of telling, the fact that she doesn't really have a good relationship with the father of her children. Obviously, we don't know the ins and out of the whole situation, but it's really sad that not one of them are in, you know, her child's lives. So yeah, that's very telling about that whole situation. However, I'm not so mad at her not bringing them on the show, even if they were in the children's lives. Like, I don't think that should have been mandatory, that she had to have brought her child's father on the show. But she gave two contradicting reasons. To Tommy, she was like, oh, I've only had 2 serious relationships. I've got nobody else to bring. But when she was talking to the guy, she was like, I've only had 2 serious relationships and I've only saw some people and it wasn't too serious. Well, why don't you bring the people who are not so serious? Actually, it's going to play in your favor, because they're not going to have much information about you. Like, you've spoken to people. You have, you know, texted people. You have dated people. There's people that you could have brought, but I feel like she has made a choice to not bring them. And that for me was telling. You know, everything else that happened, yes, red flags, her not having a good relationship with the father of her children. But the fact that you're not even willing to bring a guy that you have dated, that you were seeing in between, like, Blue was looking at her like, girl, come on, relax. Be serious. You are lying right now. You are talking some crap. You're talking some mess, and we do not believe you. So yeah, it was very interesting that they chose to not bring Andre onto the date where she basically explained why she wasn't bringing any exes, and then they had their own separate date trial. So that was very, very interesting. And I've said it before, they're going to end up together. So I've mentioned it before, that they're going to be the couple at the end where they choose each other. I can see it. I'm speaking into existence. It's going to happen. But that voice, I have a friend, right? I have a friend who does this, that you could be having a conversation with her and you're talking normal like this. As soon as a guy calls her, she's all baby voice. It just grinds my gears. Why do you have to change your voice just because you're speaking to a man? And it's kind of like she's really feeding into this whole feminine role, like, but for me it's toxic femininity. If there is toxic masculinity, hers is toxic femininity, because I must talk in this voice, and I can't do anything, I can't even feed myself, and you know, it's just, it's too much. We get it, you want to be a receiver, we get it, you want to, you know, just be in your divine femininity and just flow and be creative and all that kind of stuff. But it's giving toxic you're just pushing the bar way too much. But our good brother Andre seems to like it, so, you know, good on him. But the whole exes thing, you had somebody to bring. You could have brought somebody that you were talking to, but you chose not to. And the answer is why? Is there something about yourself that you don't want us as an audience to know? Because you're painting this picture of yourself as this soft life queen who's not bothered by anything. You know, I just go through life, go with the flow, life, you know, peace, love, and harmony. I feel like there's definitely more to you that you don't want us to know. And the fact that the producers allowed that to happen, I wasn't happy with that.
Before Sean goes, I did something special for all the panelists. Okay, so I want you guys to all look under your chairs right now. Okay, I put something there for you guys all right there. And guess what? You get a baby. You get a baby. You get a baby. I gifted you all babies. Y'all have babies. Everybody gets a baby. Everybody in the chat, check under your chairs. You guys got a baby too. Woo! You make sure you take care of that.
JB,
Wow.
out of order. Here's me thinking of something serious. You know what I mean? Something for the cash app, I thought, but just what you're telling me.
Well, I'll gift you a baby in your cash app.
Thank you. Go for it, Sean.
I'm speechless after that. Speechless. Funny enough, Abby was under my chair, so at that moment, and she ran away.
Look, she like the daddy. I ain't
You
about to take
scared
care
her
of this.
away after
Abby said
that.
she ain't gonna take care of these responsibilities.
She's like, not on my watch.
A baby? Oh no.
Oh God. So listen, we were already chastised because we shouldn't make fun of her eating baby bites because of her, her illness. So I won't go down that road. It was so annoying. That whole scene was just so cringy, so annoying. And I think somebody said it in the chat that she's very performative. And I think that's the thing that I just can't take, right? It's the performances and the lack of accountability for anything, right? She never once said, oh, I made wrong choices, or these are some of the things that I learned. Although I don't have any exes, I realized that, me choosing and having two men that I have kids with back to back, and unfortunately none of them could be here, lets me know that I still have a lot of work to do, and that's something I've worked on. Give me something that shows you are not just throwing it off on, oh yeah, all the guys are trash, and you chose two different men to have children with, not relationships, but two different men to have children with, to gift children to. Meanwhile, it's the gift that keeps on giving, and they don't want the gift because they're not around. So it just does not make any sense to me. I don't understand. It sounds like she's just making a story up so that she doesn't have to be accountable. And then the other part about it is, it's like, what? I'm just still perplexed in terms of why she thinks she needs to be this little child. Oh, I'm a little girl, like I'm like a little kid. I'm like, that's like, come on. Like, we're grown. We're grown. You're a mom. You have kids. What are you doing? Like, just, I don't know. The last part that just annoyed me a little bit too is the fact that she's like, I show my kids on TV what normal looks like. No, they need to see the normalcy in their own lives. Like, TV doesn't fix what they're missing at home. And to try to say like, oh, I'm okay because I don't have any baby daddy drama. You do. You actually have the worst kind of baby daddy drama because you ain't got one that's want to claim you or your children. That's the worst kind to have. So don't say just because they're not around, you don't have. You do, because your kids are always lacking. Your kids are going to be looking for a replacement or not, or you're looking for a replacement, when they're always going to want a relationship with their biological parent, and you don't have a logical reason for why they're not in their lives, other than I'm going to show them on TV. No, how about you get some family counseling for those kids and help them understand, because then kids will internalize, why doesn't my father want to be in my life? And why does my mother walk around talking like she is 6 years old and pretending like everything's okay? And that's it.
Can I ask, why is she trying to give anybody a child when she's already pretending to be one? Gift yourself. what are we doing right now? You take it. I'm not gonna go on the baby bites, but you're speaking like a baby every 5 seconds. You want to be fed. You want to do all these things. You are already being a child. Now you asking a man to raise 4 kids. Okay. Like seriously. I get we talk to our children sometimes in baby voice and all this, but I am not about to be sitting here talking Google Gaga to my man. That's some sick fetish that he must have or whatever and stuff like that. And if we only play and dress up in the bedroom with it, I put a little pamper on for him, that's a different thing. But out in public, I am not going to be doing all of this, sir. I need you to get that straight and in order, okay? I cannot. Every 5 seconds, right, coach? I got to sit there and do that. I start whining. You got to give me a passy and stuff. Like, I don't understand what is going on with that. And if you guys actually heard the podcast, you hear a little rasp in her voice. Like, seriously, Tommy, can I speak? I'm just going to hang back and I just want to talk to you guys for a second, That's annoying. That's a lot of energy just now. Maybe she going for a voiceover gig or something for children book storytell reading time or something. She want to be on Reading Rainbow and PBS and all these things. I have no clue of what her outside job is outside of this, but I need her to speak like a grown woman and act like one too. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. They told me to go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. All right.
Sorry, can I just add that whole point about her saying that she gifted him a child, and then she also said about Mark Anthony, he deserves me. I thought, no, this woman is delusional. This woman is delusional. So is that language? Because I thought if she had left it at, I gifted him the child, I would have thought, I'm not sure how to take that. But the fact that she said Mark Anthony deserves me, you are delusional. I don't know who you think you are, Miss Jeffrey. Okay, that you're out here. People want your ovaries. You can gift people children. Sorry, people. These men want you to be their baby mothers. These men want you. So that's the perception that she has of herself, that she is a gift. These men are lucky. You are lucky that I even talked to you, that I even give you the time of the day, that I even gave you a child, that I am interested in you. You deserve me. That told me everything that I needed to know about our Miss Jeffrey. Okay.
Well, Lorraine,
that is not even confidence. That is not even confidence. That is arrogance. I don't even know what that is. It's just delusion. Pure delusion.
Lorraine, she was living in her Leo sunrise and her Sagittarius moon with that Mark Anthony comment right there. Cause I'm sorry, us Leos be on some other stuff sometimes. So we be saying some stuff. That other gifted part, okay, she was creative with that one. She tried to make it sound like a nice little package and stuff. That's what she was trying to really do, but that was just dumb as heck to say. But that Mark Anthony thing, I give her Leo credit for that one, because sometimes we be knowing that poom poom be what he want. That's what I heard from it. That's what she was saying. He needs me. I didn't think she meant anything serious. I was just thinking that she was trying to give him that poom poom because she was just like, he needs this in his life one time. It might change his mind for a little bit. Still ain't gonna be serious, but that's all I heard. And I just might have been in the wrong place when I heard it, but.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to play
that. I just want to play that clip before you go, Joe. Just because that clip, what she just said it was about.
Everything aligns with what we're looking for. And he deserves a me.
There we go. So, y'all know where I'm headed.
Yeah.
Go for it, Joe.
Man. Jay, you hit something. You touched on something right there. I think she puts that voice on when she's telling stories. Like, because she's so used to telling stories to the kids at home or whatever. I think when she's telling stories, she naturally goes into that voice as to try and get a level of sympathy, a level of be nice to me type stuff, because she thinks that endears her to the guys. And even with, what's his name? Uncle Tommy. I see through it. I'm not sure if everybody else does, but she's very calculated in what she does. All right, like this isn't a girl who is she's lost or aloof or anything like that. She knows what she does. She also knows that the previous relationships that she had didn't end well enough for them to give a favorable opinion of her, which is why I really think she didn't want to reach out to them. Like, she knew that the way that those relationships went or ended, communication is completely cut. They don't have anything to do with the children anymore. So just bringing them back to give a testimonial, if you will, like, it wouldn't have ended favorably. It probably would have sounded similar to what Morgan's ex did, right? So let's be real. She is at a stage in this process where she's got a few connections that she's dropped out. I guess she's narrowing it down in a way. But we'll have to see whether she drops Andre out for something. And then she would have gone through all of her connections and dropped them all out and ended up by herself. That could also happen. If she sees herself as the prize, then fair enough. Everybody has a right to their own self-opinion or whatever. But I just think that this isn't someone that's new to this. All right. I don't think she's as inexperienced as she says in terms of the dating world. I think she specifically has molded herself to try and endear herself to the men on the show, and except for Blake, obviously. And when she gets into a situation, I think she likes to create a narrative that puts her in a better light all of the time. And that goes back to Sean's point about the lack of accountability when she goes into detail about anything. She doesn't really go into much detail other than to make herself come out the better person.
Well, I will say this, because we always like to try to tie it up with a pretty little bow. But, she must be hitting something, because I did notice she had on them tights. And I'm trying not to be crass. So, the men are flocking to her yard for something.
Sean, what's that got to do with anything? Nothing at all. I don't know why you mentioned that. In a court of law, the judge will throw that out. He'll tell the jurors to ignore that, because that's what we're doing. Ignore.
Strike it from the record.
Yes, strike from the record.
Look, I'm just saying she has some feminine wiles, and I guess it stopped me in my tracks. This particular episode, and I was like, "Whoo, okay, I understand." I get it.
What happened in this episode? Oh, so she was causing a distraction and diversion. That's what that was. She was trying to make sure y'all don't focus on the agenda and just focus on something else. And she got you, Sean.
I'm not involved. One slide of a bit.
Well, listen, we have to be well-rounded, right? And give a full. A full review. So I just thought that we would just add some different context to perhaps that's where she's able to lure the men in.
Okay. I hear you. I'm with you. All right, cool. Any other thoughts on Jeffrey? Ones that don't involve camel toes. So I thought I'd say it out there. Oh yeah, because you're gonna freaking be alluding to it. Expose you for what you really are, a toe. Anyway, listen. Anyone thoughts on Jeffrey before I shift it on? No, fantastic. All right, let's get to the final part of the show.
You're not a safe space, Kojo. You really aren't.
You're damn right I'm not. You approached the bench, and I had to expose you for what you really are.
You should have asked the question back, so you had to be specific.
He
Should have hit him
decided
with a
he's
blade.
he gonna get all day. That's what he gonna get. All right, cool.
Sweetheart.
I'm just speaking out loud. That's all. I think Morgan was lying about her actual feelings about Junior. There's no way a woman would do the near thing if she didn't.
All righty. So, obviously, Morgan Morgan told us a great story about how she put Nia in somebody's head. But there was all other instances around this conversation, which was also interesting. You know, at one point she said herself, you know, they weren't him and her weren't really being a serious relationship. They were just kind of having fun. There was also a conversation around, you know, Tony, not necessarily, you know, feeling her actions anymore. Lyndon was saying saying one or two things as well with it. You know, there's a whole bunch of things going on with Morgan and Tony and Linda at this point in time as well. I'm sure there's going to be some kickback in the next episode between Morgan and Tony. But what was going on for you guys? What did you guys observe from the Morgan and Tony and Lyndon date? What did you guys see? What did you guys deduct from the situation? Tell me. Who would like to go first? 'Cause I know you guys wanted to offer some smoke, so let me know. Who wants to go first? Who's willing to? Wow. Love the confidence, guys. Just filling up with confidence. Thank you.
Okay, I'll set it off.
Thank you.
All right, look. Morgan has slowly but surely been showing us that there's more than meets the eye, like them Decepticons, right? That what she did and proudly was bragging about was quite a vindictive and ruthless thing to do to someone. Right? There's no laughing about that. Now, all right, she said the relationship wasn't serious. They were just attracted to each other and nothing more deeper than that. So when he was out with his homeboys, as he was explaining, and she was thinking he's up to shenanigans and checking on his Instagram and things like that, she jumped to the conclusion that he's cheating. So listen, when someone's asleep, they're not able to defend themselves. They're not even able to have a conversation with you because they're out cold sleeping. So for her to then go to the bathroom or whatever and get her nair and massage it into this man's scalp while he's asleep. Listen, she even emphasized that he prided himself on his hair. His hair was beautiful. So for her to do that, that was very vindictive. All right. Imagine waking up smelling that awful smell and thinking, wait, that can't be coming from me. And then when you start touching for your hair, it starts coming out in your hands. Now, he could have had an allergic reaction to that. He could also have, flipped out and lost his mind, gone crazy, because that is a violation on a different level. If it was the other way around and the dude had done that to her or any woman out here, any lady, that would be called out. That would be, man, he would probably be on some DVs right now. Maybe even a restraining order or something like that. Because it's a form of disfigurement. All right. You don't know, like he might have been getting his hair braided and really, we as men know it takes a long time for our hair to grow to get braids and cane rows and things like that. So for her to do that, that was a very malicious thing to do. And the glee that she took in talking about it, there was no remorse there at any point when she was at the table with the guys, with her man Junior sitting right next to her. Like, she had no remorse then. She had no remorse in the ladies' lounge when nephew Tommy asked her what she did. You know, she tried to give them a little bit of fluff, trying to sugarcoat it, and he wasn't having it. He was trying to pin her down. What did you do? Say what you did. And she said it, and again, there was just no remorse there. So I think when she said a few weeks ago, Tony, you need to stop flirting with these girls. You need to lock them all off because I'm going to hurt you. Tony's reaction to her story about what she did, man, he was like, you could see the light bulb went off in his head. He was like, okay, that's not for me. Nothing like that can happen to me. And when she saw his reaction to hearing the story, she's like, huh? Oh, so you're letting that affect you? Nah, you know what? You fell down in my estimation. That's the attitude she had. Any guy would be concerned about that. Because like I said, when you're asleep, you're vulnerable. You can't be sleeping with one eye open or both eyes open because you think this girl's going to harm you or do something to you in your sleep. That's crazy. So in my opinion, Morgan showed herself this episode. It's been building, but I'm going to come out and just say it. I don't think she's ready for love. Because if she can do this to someone that she wasn't really in a serious relationship like that, or didn't have that much feelings for, the type of relationship she's looking for, which is going to have a lot of feelings, which is going to have that stability. She's talking about marriage and things like that. The moment anything goes wrong, that guy's going to be in trouble. He's going to have a real nightmare that comes to life. So Tony was right, like in any hesitation he felt, because he knows he has to tread carefully around her. It's not just like little comedic threats anymore. Now she's proven that she can act on her emotions like that. So that's a red flag.
Good, strong start. Sophie, go for it. Talk to me.
So, yeah, I instantly thought about, of course, Samson and Delilah, right? I mean, especially when she said that was his pride. His hair was his pride. And, this is not a laughing matter. Like, it really isn't. And because she looks a certain way, her face, her body, she might have that pretty privilege in her mind. Like, she could do whatever she wants to do because she looks a certain way, and she can treat men at this level of toxicity, and they'll be back. They'll still come around my yard whenever they want some. They'll come back. They're not going to get too mad at me. I can get away with doing crazy things. It speaks control. It speaks insecure. It's so much. It's so much to unpack. But I do think about, Samson and Delilah, and it is about taking that man's power, right? Because he's not doing what you want him to do. What did it cost Samson? Eventually, his life. First his eyesight, and then his life. I know I'm getting a little deep in this, but truly, it will cost you in the long term if you keep a woman like her around, who plays around. If you do what I told you not to do, then you're going to pay. Well, what about your children? Your children might pay. Again, if you're able to do this and laugh about it on national television and tell Tommy, go ahead and process that. Yep, I could do that. I'm that girl that put Nair in his hair. And I'm like, okay, where is reality here? Where is your sense of like, this is not right? If this was your son and a woman did that to him, right? Or if this was your brother and another woman did that to him, maybe she might not have sympathy in that way. But I'm sitting there watching this like, oh, wow. All the cues that we heard early on. I'm going to hurt you. Don't play with me. You're mine. Those lips are mine. Very possessive, very manipulative, very controlling. This is a spirit in her. And maybe she doesn't even know that isn't operating in her, because and the men come because what did Tony say? I mean, look at her. That's the first thing I noticed about her. What did you like about her? Look at her. She looks good. She got a banging body. She has a beautiful face, beautiful hair. She's very attractive. So you're going for that and overlooking everything else, right? And that's kind of like the bee, the honey that the bees are attracted to, but it's poisonous. And she has to kind of take a look inside. Why is it that I get so mad that the men that, if they don't do what I told them not to do, why do I have to attack them, or why do they have to pay? She said, God, you're going to have to forgive me, but vengeance is mine. This is no laughing matter. I'm sorry. This is not. This is what you see on Snapped and everything else. If men that I care about, people in my family, if there's a woman like that in your life, I will say run, go away, ask her to seek some help, but be careful. It's not cute, not at all. If this is an act to be on TV, that's not cute either. If you want to be that crazy person on TV and, be the one that stays till the end and gets talked about and gets ratings and we're all talking about you, that's still not, it's still promoting a behavior that's not acceptable, both in men and in women. If the person if he's cheating on you, bye, sir, goodbye. Turn the other way. You don't have to make him suffer. That could have been deadly. That's a chemical, right? I mean, you hear about things, people getting acid thrown in their faces because they're rejected. In India, I know that's a big deal where women, if they reject a man, he can throw something at them to take away their beauty. No, if I can't have you, then no one can have you vibe. So I was slightly disturbed. I didn't laugh at it much.
Good points. Appreciate it, Soph. Lorraine, what are you telling me?
Yeah, with Miss Morgan, oh my gosh. I just thought to myself, well, first of all, when I saw him, I thought, well, he looks more like Lyndon. So it makes sense that she's interested in Lyndon because that's the kind of vibe that he's giving. I think that's one of the reasons why our Tony was upset when he walked in, because he was like, maybe this is more of her type. I am not sure. So a bit of an unpopular opinion on this one. Although this story was absolutely mad and absurd and toxic, I believe that as people, we all have done some kind of mad things in relationship that we're not proud of, right? No one on here is going to be like, I haven't done anything because you're lying, right? That means we're not taking accountability. For me, what I would have liked is for her to be like, you know what? Yeah, I have done this. This is not something that I'm proud of. I understand I was in a very toxic place. I haven't grown. It was a very, evil and not so great thing to do. This is what I have now learned from that situation. Even though I felt this and I did this because of this is not how you respond to a situation. So for me, it wasn't the fact that it happened, because people make mistakes. No one is perfect. But it's the fact that she was standing 10 toes down to that kind of behavior now. She was justifying her behavior to say, well, he did this and he did that, which I didn't agree with. If she had said, you know what, we all have a past. I did something. I'm not proud of myself and I completely regret it. I hold my hands up. That's a whole different attitude. It means that she's grown in that situation. And that might be why Tony's looking at her sideways. Like, where is the accountability? Where is the growth? And the fact that she's asking, what do you still like about me? Why do you care what your ex likes about you now? It's not about him. It's about your current partners or your partners to be. So again, it's just showing that there's a lack of growth for her at the moment, because she's just stuck in her old ways. And it's a no wonder why she hasn't been in love. I don't mean to be rude, but it's not surprised to me that she hasn't had those feelings for somebody. She hasn't got there because she hasn't let her guard down. She hasn't stopped playing games. She hasn't, been absolutely vulnerable, because for you to be in that situation where you're in love with somebody, you have to be vulnerable. And she's choosing, or she's finding it difficult to be vulnerable and to let somebody in. And yeah, I think that, again, like I said last time, this might be a very good reflection piece for her. When she looks back at the show, maybe she'll just say it's editing and it's not me and that's not how I am. But it might be a good reflection piece for her to look back, to be like, is this really how I come across? Is this really how I present? What can I learn from this? And how can I, move forward, because that's what life is about. Life is a journey. You make mistakes and you learn from them. You can't keep making the same mistakes. You can make new mistakes, but you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. And that's what I'm seeing. It's just a recipe for disaster. But some men do like that toxicity, when again, it's the same kind of pretty privilege. When a woman is beautiful, some men, not all men, some men will just let things go because someone's beautiful, and it's just like, you know what, I'm just here for this. I'll let this go because she's so beautiful. And they probably wouldn't let that go if they didn't have that pretty privilege. And I think that's what she banks on, and that's what's worked for her up until now. But it's not serving her, and she's not having the right kind of connections and the right kind of love that she wants, because she said previously when she was speaking to Tony, I think it must have been on the Unseen Bits, when she was talking about she's still a woman and she still wants to be loved and protected. So she's looking for all these things, but she's not presenting herself or she's not presenting herself so she can find that kind of man, the kind of man that will provide her the emotional security that she's seeking. Because, you can't say you want one thing, but you're not that. If you want someone to provide you emotional security, you have to present as that. You have to show up as what you want. You can't just demand something that you are not yourself. So that's what I have to say about our lovely Morgan. I do have to jump off though, you guys. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me again, Kojo. And I'll see you guys another time, hopefully. Bye.
It's a pleasure. Never a problem, Lorraine. Be blessed. Okay. All right. Who's next? Who wants to go next for us? The Morg. Why does Sean look like? It's between Sean and Jay. He wants to go, guys. Don't make me flip a coin.
I mean, I already said my thing on her earlier. She's a siren, point blank, period. And if she's a siren, Tony's a rake. And so if you know the art of seduction, you know what I'm talking about or whatnot. So that's why I say to them, they speak the same seduction language, not love language. So they'll go round and round with this or whatever, this toxic relationship, this volatile relationship or whatnot, until really Tony gets tired. I see Tony thinking and questioning a lot of it when he hears this, how it can end up for him or whatnot, because Morgan is giving Lorraine a bobbit. Seriously. That was a mild version of it. We just haven't got to the lower end of this man's body. But for Tony that doesn't have hair, she would go there. And that's like seriously crazy to think that it is okay to sit with strangers and think it's funny. Like, I can see with your girl group when you kind of get over it or whatever, thinking back on some wild stuff you do and y'all having a little kiki. But with a bunch of strangers and you're sitting here nonchalantly just actually saying, I did this. And then it's the change of a little bit of the story when we get around the girl group. It's more so, oh, he was a liar. Yeah, he might have been, but does that the consequence for you to go ahead and punish him in such a way for him lying? If you feel like you are such this catch, if you feel like you are such this woman, won't you just remove yourself from that situation? Because that would be more hurtful to him, especially for a man who wanted the relationship. That would actually hurt him a lot more than burning off his hair, because now we see his hair has grown back. Lucky for him, and lucky for you that he didn't have any extra issues that we know of, and that he is okay to sit here and retell this story in front of you and his exes, that he's even cool enough to be here back with you. But I also feel like you still care about this man too. Because like Sophie said, what is the point of even asking him, how do you feel about me? What's the point of that? So for Lyndon not to see some of these red flags, but I can't take him serious either, because he said, we just like to have fun and we go with it. We're just a vibe. You fit in what she likes. Somebody that just likes to have fun until she got you in her web. And then all of a sudden you want to have a relationship, and she'll go along with it, apparently, because that's what she did with Junior. Go along with it, and then once you do something that's out of line, she's going to retaliate. That is a very scary position to put yourself in. For both Lyndon and Tony, if they're not actually taking the situation serious, just because this man is up here telling you the story and he's laughing behind it. Seriously, Bambi. But like, y'all need to be serious when you can laugh in this moment with this man because he's kikiing with you too, and he's retelling it, but you should really go home and sit with that situation and say, is this the woman I really want to deal with? Especially after she done threatened me, Tony, talking about don't make me hurt you. You better think of all the ways that she hurt you. Like if you recall in Thin Line Between Love and Hate, I don't really recall Martin's character really solidifying this, that we're just like a real couple. He might have or whatever, but that's that same situation. We kicking it, we're doing all these things like couples do, but we're not really discussing what we really are. We just going with the flow. Feelings is developing, and she's not being real with it. She's not going to be real with her feelings. And all of a sudden she's in love with you, but don't want to admit it. And you're still doing the same thing you was doing when you started, and she catches you. It's going to be a problem. That's, it's going to be a real problem. So I would, if I was these men, I would really be sitting in this like, yeah, nah, I'm good. Like, I'm gonna have to push back on sis. She beautiful and all, yeah, but there's a lot of beautiful, sane women in this world as well. There's a lot of beautiful, less toxic and less volatile women in this world. And I can kind of see why now such beauty is sitting alone, even at this thing, and never had a real relationship. So she says, because there's a lot of things that she needs to unpack with herself onto why she is behaving this way, why she doesn't feel like she is like been into a real relationship or really found love before, and what's holding her back from all of that. And Tony, on the other hand, need to question, why are you still pursuing this lady like this? Like, seriously, Lyndon, I'm like, you just trying to stay in the game, really, because you ain't got nobody else. But Tony, you are actually pursuing this woman. So I got a question. Well, I already had, y'all know I ain't care for Tony from the beginning. So I already knew he had some stuff going on. He got another agenda. So I really don't. I don't know why, but yeah, I leave it there. I know it's something else that I wanted to touch on, but I can't remember what it is right now. It might come back to me.
Appreciate it, Jay. Sean?
Yeah, no, I agree with what everyone has said up to this point. And to me, it just takes me back to when she said she's never had any relationships, or never been in love. And it just takes me, and then remembering the ex saying he wanted to be serious, but she didn't. Like that, I still just need some more clarity on that. Clearly there was some editing involved. So I would love to hear like what was the scenario there? There's no good reason for her to put Nair in his head, right? But even it just makes her even more unhinged if they were in a situationship and then she put Nair in his head. Because at that point, it's like you're not even grounded in reality. So you want monogamy from someone that you're in a situationship with. Like, it's like you just, it's like the people that, just kind of want everything, but don't want to give anything. It's like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It just gives me an insight into, her personality and the way she views things, and it just is giving a little bit of irrationality, and then that just explains why she was so willing to go full tilt on Blake, who seems like she's never really had any major issue with. It's just irrational. Like, you'll just go off your complete emotions and make the most unhinged decisions. And that is somebody that's very, very dangerous, and that needs to, regulate and also realize what's the root cause. Why are you scared of relationships? Why do you react in such a volatile way when things don't go your way? It's like a devious child that just, when they don't get their way, they just set things afire. It's like, that's not the right way to react when things don't go the way that you want. Can we yell? Can we get upset? Of course, those are normal human reactions, which we also need to temper, right? And learn to control. But to go to the extent of the man coming home, how it played out, he came home, she created an argument. People like that create arguments, create scenarios, that is called, what is that? Oh man, why did the word just drop out of my head? Premeditated. So she premeditated. She told him that he needed to go wash his hair. And meanwhile, I think it sounds like she washed his hair and mixed the chemicals, mixed whatever conditioner or shampoo with Nair. That to me is beyond maniacal. And it's very dangerous. And then to talk about it openly afterwards with no sense of remorse, no sense of, this is what I wish I would have never done that. And she's mad at Tony. She's like, oh, this date, changed my perception of Tony. What? Where were you looking at yourself? Like, how were you looking at yourself? How did you see, like, you're mad because Tony is taking a back seat after all the things that he's heard, and also seeing the chemistry that exists between you and your ex? Come on. No self-awareness. People without self-awareness, I run from them. And self-awareness and volatility, that's a dangerous combination. So I hope that she gets, some work, or get some help rather for some of those issues that she has that causes her to react that way. And Tony needs to run. Not to say that Tony is all good or whatever, but he needs to run away from her. And those are my thoughts. And just lastly, and Lyndon, I think he's just playing. He reminds me a little bit of LJ from last season. I just need him to come out with his song, because I think he's just laughing his way through this whole process, and just, here for a good time, not a long time, because there's no way you could sit with a smile on your face after hearing that story. That is a cue to exit the scene. Guys, I really enjoyed meeting you all, but I gotta go. Good night and God bless.
I just remember the last part because I wasn't here the last time when you guys were discussing Morgan and Blake or whatnot. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Morgan didn't deserve to, or Blake didn't deserve whatever mouthing off or whatever. I'm not going to say that, but it was the extra at the end for me, more so than anything else. When she just would not stop. That was like a warning right there of the level of chaos and volatility that this woman brings. I don't know if I just made up a word just now, but whatever, we're going to go with it. That is just like a level of just toxicity that she brings that I just got to continue, even though we have sat here and closed the situation and we're going to go on about it. You're still going on. You have to have the final say. You have to have the final word. You have to have the final act. That's a problem. A big one. And that was just with words in that situation. So to come back this week and have this man tell you how she thought he was cheating, We don't even have an actual proof that he was cheating. It was just a thought that he was. And she went to this extreme. And then on top of it, she has a thought about Blake without having a conversation with him. We have to take all of these things into account. Like, sis, you got a real problem right now because you're overthinking a lot of things without actually finding some details and facts that you can stand your basis on, like your theory on. You have nothing. So that's even more scarier that when y'all really think about it, you know. So I don't know. I would just tell these men to watch out and take heed. Like, seriously, you know, she needs some help. Beautiful girl, beautiful lady, beautiful. But something dark is deep within her, and she seriously needs to get that out, because this is not how you got to go through life. Like, seriously, you can't go through life like this. It's crazy.
Any other thoughts, guys? Any other thoughts? No one else want to share anything else? Go for Sean. Why you open your mic?
Oh, I was excited about the quiz. I know we can't partake, but I always find those interesting.
Not here to say
we can't partake, but you know, that's me being passive aggressive.
Technically, I wasn't passive aggressive because you actually told me how you felt. So.
Oh, that's true. It's aggressive, right?
No, that's assertive communication, actually. That's assertive communication. You told me exactly how you felt.
Look at that. Go figure. Look at us modeling healthy communication on the panel. Yeah,
no problem at all. You let me know how you felt. It's a shame nothing's changing though, but I
exactly. that's kind of low-key passive aggressive.
El said, ask you guys on the panel, would you guys date Morgan or that type, or have you dated that type?
Would I date Morgan? I don't want to say what my answer.
Or have you dated that type?
It's gonna be rude. It's gonna be rude. But no, I'm not going to. I wouldn't date Morgan now. No, I don't think that's sensible.
It's two part. Or have you dated that type, like somebody like that in your past?
Or like that. So I don't know if I've actually dated someone like that. That's vindictive to that point. Do you know what I mean? I don't think I've ever dated anybody to that point. I can't say that. Someone said that's a yes. No, that's not. No, I couldn't date that. Okay, but you know, other things can happen. But yes, no, I've never experienced that. I don't know if any of the guys, have you dated someone who's got that same type of vindictive kind of streak in them? If you hurt them. I don't think I've ever dated an ex that was that vindictive.
No,
it would be a problem to date someone like that. The only way I can see that happening is if somebody portrayed themselves to be totally different in the beginning, and then they kind of flipped and started revealing more of themselves and ultimately transformed into her, like the way she's manifested so far. But it's a problem. I think that the fact that she said she hasn't had a relationship before, she saved someone a lot of embarrassment, pain, frustration, because that person who she would have had previously, he probably would have got a lot worse than this dude got if he ticked her off or didn't do what she said, right? Or she had an accusation or whatever. That level of volatility is not it's not appealing, it's not cute. You know, it's so not cool to do that. It's unbelievable. We shouldn't even be looking at it at the way she was telling the story as a light-hearted thing. Like, it wasn't light-hearted. It was, she really did that to someone. And the glee, I'm telling you, she was smiling. She wasn't like a Cheshire cat, but she was smiling about it. That type of energy is off for me, because she knew what she was doing at the time. It was targeted. She waited for him to sleep. You see what I'm saying? That is absolutely crazy. Can't be condoned by any shape or form, because it could have been a corrosive substance, or it could have been bleach or something crazy like that. I wouldn't trust her to cook for me. I wouldn't trust her to make me a cup of tea. Man, I couldn't trust a girl like that, because she's too volatile and vindictive with it. If she gets in her feelings about something, and we all know we all have emotions, and sometimes they go out of control, but she will do something to you about the way she's feeling about something. So yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. If it was the other way around, it'd be the same thing. Everybody would be saying this guy's a red flag, he's dangerous, you know, he shouldn't be out there dating. We'll be saying the same thing. So I'm just keeping the same energy.
Well, you know, I kind of had to reach back. There was one. There was one that was a little, not quite that bad, but it was borderline. It was definitely a borderline, not so good situation. And you know, I was young, and I guess I thought I could tame her, and yeah, it just didn't work out so well. So yeah, I guess yes, but not quite near in the hair type situations or tire slashing situations, but enough to where it wasn't healthy.
Can't imagine that. Can't imagine someone putting near my hair and thinking that would be cool. That's a level too far for me. You're trying to do me dirty and violence. Yeah, we don't date those types. That's how you end up dead. Like a little bit of toxicity, not all the way through. That toxicity is baked and thoroughly well done. That's not the kind of toxicity I like. I like mine a little bit gooey. Okay, all right, underdone, undercooked. This one is fully cooked with Morgan. So yep, no, not me, unfortunately. Not me. Okay, cool. We're going to bring this in because we're coming to a 4-hour mark. You know what I mean? And we're almost there. So, listen. Before we get to that point where I asked Sean, obviously, to do a benediction. Let's do a little quizzy to get you guys out of here, because you know, the panelists want to join and they want to get money, but they're not getting any of me. But let's quickly do the quiz, and then I'm gonna get Sean to tie it up.
Don't make me hurt you, Kojo. What you're not gonna do is exclude us.
And not give me goddamn money for cash out. Before you know, someone's cutting my cable for my Wi-Fi. Okay, I appreciate it, Kenya. That's good point. All right, cool. So quickly, I'm wondering if I've got 5 questions here, but I'm gonna do 1 or 2. I was like, well, I was gonna do 5 questions. I was gonna do $1 per question, because I'm not shelling out $25. I haven't got that kind of money. You guys gonna make me come broke at this point. You know what I mean? I gotta take it easy. You know, you can't jump too quick into this giving process. It takes time. The Lord's working on my heart. Okay, so you have to understand that. You feel me? So I could do 5 questions with $1, or I could do 2 questions, $5. Depends how the order is. If I get some answers, yes, it's definitely cap, because there's no way I'm not ready to part with my finances like that just yet. So
$1, Kojo. Don't even waste your
I said
time.
It could be.
$1.
I said it could be. I said it could be 2 questions at $5, or what? 5 questions, $1. Just saying. I'm just saying. Look, listen, you had nothing before. The audacity.
After you were splurging big time and gone, I heard
to what you're saying out here. The audacity to even say that you can't. You didn't have anything before. You got $1 now.
Kojo,
you're leaving here with something.
You're gonna waste the technology cost of sending a cash app for $1.
You are leaving here.
They're gonna charge you for that $1 you send. Gonna charge you $1 for the dollar. You said it. Stop playing.
Y'all seeing
$1 gas fee.
How frugal Frank that Kojo can be. That is.
I'm just saying. Listen. Either we do $5, 2 questions, or we do 5 questions, $1. Which one y'all want to do? I'm giving you guys a choice.
That's the first ain't even an option. $5, 2 questions.
Okay. No, but you're not included. The audience are the person who's asking because you ain't getting nothing.
They're saying it, Kojo. Look at the comments. They're laughing at you.
I'm asking the audience. Do you want the $1 or you want the $5 with 2 questions? That's what I'm asking. I'm saying I was definitely going to give a bonus question on the 5th one. Anyway,
do it as a poll, Coach.
You know, more people can win.
Do it as a poll so they can vote. Do it as a poll so they can vote.
That's very true. Let me do it as a poll. And
that $1 when it hits the cash app, it's going to be 0 because the gas fee to send it $1 is $1.
And by the time the pound is down, so by the time it goes to
you guys
the US,
get charged?
They're gonna get 75 cents.
Do you guys get charged for your receiving? Do you guys get charged for receiving money
No.
on Cash App? So what the fuck you not talking about? The $1 extra that is in your Cash App you ain't got.
Bro, it's pound to dollar conversion, and pound.
No,
are down,
I'm giving
so
dollar. I'm giving
it ain't
dollar.
gonna be $1.
No, I'll send it in dollar. You can have the choice of sending it in $1.
Everybody's
listen.
saying they don't want
When you talk about going to a strip club, you take $1 bills. I don't want to hear nothing. When you not go to a strip club, you don't ask about is there a $5 bill. You just take your $1 bill. About when you complain about $1 bill.
Oh, now we strippers. Oh, we some strippers now. Wow,
y'all a bunch of hoes.
See how far you get in the strip club with one loose dollar. They're gonna be like, bro, beat it.
$1 bill. You country boys nothing.
They're gonna be
so
like,
$1.
You need a stack. You need a stack, bro. You ain't even making it drizzle. Forget about making it rain. It ain't even drizzling.
There you go, $1. I'm joking. All right, cool. It seems like you guys want this $5 thing. So I'm gonna give it to $5. We've got 2 questions, all right? Fastest one gets it. Okay. Fastest one gets it. All right, cool. So here are my 2 questions. Okay, here are my 2 questions. All right, here are my 2 questions. Okay. Someone says she's gonna cash at me per question. You know what? You need to start. You guys need to start. In fact, what needs to be doing is you guys need to be funding your own payments you're getting back. No, all jokes aside. All right, cool. 2 questions now. The 2 questions are the first question I'm gonna give you. Fastest one gets it, guys. Okay, fastest one that gets it. I'm gonna give the first one. All right, cool. Jeffrey ate some food from our brother Andre, and he cooked Caribbean jerk, but with what? There was a side that was added. What was the side? Caribbean jerk with what side? Caribbean jerk with what side?
JR, we are not allowed to participate. You're throwing off the question survey here.
I just thought I'd speed up the process just in case nobody's ever heard of it before, you know.
Encourage INC. Encourage INC was the fastest. She said
that's Sophie. Coach, that's Sophie. She's a panelist.
You're not allowed, Sophie. You almost have your Sophie. If Shirley said nothing,
I didn't know we couldn't play. I thought
you can play. You can play.
And Jay is set aside of kisses.
That means Lady and Sons was the next person who got it right. Then Lady and Sons got it right next. The Lady and Sons, make sure you put your Cash App in there as well for
I just need them to be able to pronounce it, because if y'all keep saying it like these Caucasians out here with the plantain, it is not plantain.
It's plantain. It's plantain.
No, it's not plantain.
And you are going to get over it.
Plantain, no.
Yes, it's Caribbean.
It's plantain.
No.
Plantain.
I don't know where this teen
exactly,
is coming from.
JR. Plantain.
It's tain.
Tin.
You don't say steen, you say stains. Do you know that?
No. Oh, don't get into this with Kojo, because we had a whole debate
Ibiza and Ibiza with him. I know.
Versus Ibiza. So.
And he's the only one with the lisp at the end.
I don't know where you got your Ibiza pronunciation. Ibiza. What's Ibiza? It's Ibiza. What's Ibiza? I
It's
feel
not
like
even
your tongue got your tongue.
it's
We
not even
say
funny.
Ibiza, but
I
y'all
even
say
talked to my
Ibiza.
Spanish
What's
friends, and it
Ibiza?
was like, no, it's no at the end.
It's
You
not
try
even
to
two
tell me
Z's,
Spanish.
bruv. It's not even two Z's, bruv, that you lot are saying Ibiza. Okay. Listen, anyway, sorry, my bad. Sorry, guys.
Oh,
I
next
was
question.
distracting the chat from next question. Okay. So, ladies and sons, make sure you send me your cash app. Don't take long, because if I sleep on it, you ain't getting it. The next one, obviously, then is next questions. Who were the two people? You have to put it in the same answer. No, let me not say that. I'll leave that after. Maybe I'll do that after. Who said, I feel like things always bite you in the ass? It was a paraphrase, but who said things always bite you in the ass? I feel like things always bite you in the ass. Who said those particular lines? I feel like things always bite you in the ass. Who said that? Ooh, different answers here. Okay. I think Mimi's is the number one. Mimi's is the correct one. Mimi's got the answer correct. It is Lyndon. Mimi's, make sure you put your cash app in the chat for me and I will send you. My last one. Yes, panelists, you can join as well this one and you can win. You know what I mean? Let me not be a Scrooge for you guys. It's not even Christmas yet. All right. So you can join and participate and you can win. All right. You too can also get a $5 or £5 cash app. Last question of the night, guys, before Sean gives us a benediction. All right. When this was said about a particular person, it said, I don't see that person being your husband. Who was that person being referred to? So when a person said, I don't see that person being a husband, who were they referring to? Put it in the chat. Who were they referring to? Final question of the night. Who were they referring to? Who was the person they were referring to? Fastest one in the chat. Fastest one in the chat. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it looks like officially BTM podcast was the fastest one. She put Mark Anthony. You guys were, yeah, that was the fast one. Sorry, guys. That'd be it. Okay, that'd be it. So listen, officially BTM podcast, Mimi and the lady and sons. Make sure you guys put in your Snapchat, your cash apps. Send it to me or email me at Little Blackbird 91. I'll put it across the screen. And I will send you a $5 cash app as well. Okay. When I go broke, we won't be able to do YouTube anymore. And we'll just be at home trying to stoke up fires because we don't have any money for the electricity and the gas. So no problem at all. All right, Sean, do us the benediction, please. Just kidding.
Yes, I'm going to call you Scrooge McDuck. Meanwhile, you're swimming around in all your coins in the vault, claiming and pretending to be broke,
Can't say it too loud. The government's watching for taxes. Go on.
So listen, ladies and gents, we had a wonderful night today. We didn't really do too much tussling, which we like that when we can come to a place of mutuality. But some lessons we took away from this evening were having a level of self-awareness, right? Being self-aware of what your issues are, making sure that in your relationships, you're taking away from what you learned, what you personally could have done better, right? And if you are the common denominator in multiple situations going wrong, you need to, in many instances, self-reflect and see, how you got there. And that could be your learning, right? How you arrived there, how you arrived in those relationships. And that should be the learning, right? It can't always be the other person. Takes two people to tango. Two people are in a relationship. They don't just poof and arrive in a relationship. Other thing is we have to set healthy boundaries, right? Everybody has, as adults, we have to set healthy boundaries with our family, with our loved ones, our friends, our exes. Everybody needs to understand what our levels are, what our limits are, and that way we have respect, right? Because when we don't have boundaries and when people don't know how far they can or can't go with us, then trust me, they will go as far as they want to. And that's not what we want, right? We want people to treat us with respect. We want people to, have healthy relationships with us, right? And especially with our exes, right? We should definitely have firm boundaries on what that relationship looks like, right? And if we have children, how we're going to effectively co-parent and work together as a blended family. Lastly, listen, I've learned and I've made my fair share of mistakes. We don't go into relationships looking to fix anyone, right? Or tame someone, or going into a relationship looking for a challenge, right? People can make us better. People can have traits that can enrich us, that we can learn from each other. Iron definitely sharpens iron, but we should not knowingly go into a burning building if we are not well equipped, right? And sometimes thinking we're going to save somebody, sometimes thinking we're going to put out that fire, when in many instances you run into that burning building, you're going to burn up first, okay? So make sure you're healed, right? Look at your past, the things that have happened to you, whether it's from childhood or previous relationships, heal those issues, right? Because that healing is going to help you to be a more effective partner into your next relationship. Back to you, Coach.
Thank you very much, Sean, for that benediction. As always, it's a pleasure. Listen, guys, thank you so much for joining us. You guys came out 600 strong today. Do me a massive favor. If you're on the live, make sure you're liking this live. We have about 300 people who've liked the live so far, but we need more, okay? So before you leave, on your way out, don't take a flyer because there ain't any, but like the live on your way out, okay? And also leave a comment, leave a comment as well. So that we know that, you enjoyed the live and you have different thoughts about the live as well. Leave a comment down below. Again, it speaks to the algorithm as well. And what I'm going to do next week is we're going to develop a little hashtag on Twitter because it's time to take over. We have 600 people, 700 people coming into these lives. We need to let Ready to Love know that this is where they need to be. Yeah. Because they need to know that you guys are here. Because once they start knowing that you guys start taking over YouTube, we take over Twitter, we start taking over social media spaces. When we start saying that needs to change, they will actually listen. Do you know what I mean? Right. So right now we're on YouTube. It's great. It's amazing. Let's take this to Twitter. So next week when we do our live, we want to see you guys tweeting. See you guys with it. We're gonna have a hashtag like RTL. We'll probably just call it RTL LBB or whatever. We'll make it very easy or whatever, right? And we'll have a hashtag for it, and then we take over Twitter as well. Okay, we'll do the same for Married at First Sight because I just feel like we need to be able to get into their face because they're playing in our faces. Just saying, okay? Because every year they've been doing the same old crap, and we'll be telling them the same old things to change. Then they add things that we don't need, like adding curveballs and adding freaking lifelines which don't work, and then they have to take it back. Made no sense. Okay, so yeah, so we gonna do some influencer work around here. Okay, all right, guys. All right, yeah. Whoever wants a $1 cash out, just let me know. I'll send it to you now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. What? Some of you are ungrateful. Some of you are really ungrateful. You didn't have $1 in your cash out. You're getting one extra $1 and you're complaining. You sound like a homeless person who's when you give them a bit of change, they look at you like they're mad. How dare you? I've given you some change. God, blimey. The beggars can't be choosers. You know what I mean? God damn it. All right. What are you going to say, Sean?
You sounding like the little canaries. Cheep, 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 cheep. Little canaries flying all around your head. Cheep, 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 cheep.
I said if you want a $1, you say you did want a $1. All right, cool, isn't it? Don't take it then, isn't it? Get me? No, but for real, guys. Someone said they can't take money from me unless it's on their husband. I love that. Listen, they've put their cash apps in there for you panelists to start blessing them, because clearly it's a collective effort. So guys, whenever you're ready to, the audience are ready to be blessed by you. Since $1 is too cheap, it's so easy to bless people. So I'm expecting the panelists, because they've been talking the wickedest about my $1 contributions. Sean especially has got lots of cash app to give. So I think Sean should start blessing. Sean, there's a couple names in there. Let me just give you something good. Look, Cat Blade said it. She got her cash up there. She said you need to give her a little something, because you talking like $1 is not enough. You're absolutely right. I think you should start first. Show us the way how to go about it. Then the Lord is touching you and blessing you. There's a couple other people who put their name in the chat with a cash app as well. So Sean, when you're ready, just press that button called pay and send it across. Remember, $1 is not enough to help these people. So you need to make sure you're sending more over. Okay. All right. No. Let's not switch it now. Sean is not. Oh, by the way, Sean has got control of the channel. He's one doing this stuff. It's our channel now. So whilst I'm doing this live, it's our channel. Why do you put it away, Sean? No, I'm just playing. But listen, guys, it's been an amazing time. We had some fun, and I always enjoy you guys coming through, man. So thank you for keeping it respectful in the chat, and just having a good time and being respectful of each other as well. It's a great community we're building going forward. So, yeah, listen, don't do anything I wouldn't do out there, okay? Don't do anything I wouldn't do out there. Kat's put her thing there again for you, Sean. She's really making sure that you know that the Cash App is, the Lord is leading you, Sean. You know what I mean? But we'll see you again very soon. But you know I'm not going to leave you alone. I'm not going to leave you alone, okay? And Sean won't leave you alone because he's going to send you some Cash App. But I will leave you with a video. I'm going to leave you with a video.
You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Somebody's leaving here with something. Sean, somebody's leaving here with something. You know what? All right, listen, audience, we'll see you again very, very soon. May the Lord bounce your cash accounts. May it flourish. May it begin to swell. May it overflow so you can continue to bless those around you. All right, guys, I appreciate you. Stay locked, stay loaded. We'll see you again very, very soon. All right, peace out.